PKA 625 with our guest Filthy Robot. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, Blue Chew, Wonky Weeds, and Minnabis, another company whose mission statement is to get you high. You'll find out more about them later. Who would have guessed our audience loves getting high? Our audience loves hard dicks while they're high. Like that's.
I just feel like to imagine them all like stoned, dicks out, listening to this, just fucking edging, and like till 4 hours is up, and then just.
I've never understood why you went with 4 hours. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. We've had sponsors come and go through this show. Some are a big hit, some are a miss. But when it comes to fucking and getting high, that's what our audience is all about.
We found our niche. Okay,
remember a timeless classic.
Do you guys remember 100% food? Do you guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
Damn, they didn't last long with us.
One time.
If you guys don't remember, like we had this sponsor that was called 100% Food, and they like literally sent you a plastic jug with like even the seal at the top looked like chintzy and crappy, but like it didn't have a liquid in it, and you had to add your own water and then shake this bird seed up in there, and it was like disgusting. It was vile. They told us in the message, to be honest. Yeah, Quickcrete. That's what it seems like. If you've ever
made Quickcrete, like fill in, a pothole or something, you made your own at home, and then you ate this shit, and it was like, guys, you're selling protein powder with seeds in it in a jar, and like in the ad read, they were like, you can be honest, riff it up, have a good time, and it's like, you sure?
Dude, they
sent us shit, and so like I think in the read we said like 3 times, and they told us we could say whatever we wanted, so it's shit. Don't buy it unless it's a joke gift. Great joke gift because it's worthless.
Dude, it tasted
it wasn't
genuinely
like
very
$3 a pop or $5. It was like
we were making
$25.
Like, do you have cracks in your sidewalk? Do we have the product for you?
Spackle.
Yeah. Absolute dog shit. Filthy, it's good to have you back. I love this house you're in. So beautiful. Yeah. So real.
Probably some other people on your show.
Because I'm squinting. I'm like, what?
There's 2 backgrounds from your program that this is one of them. So I changed it from the last one I was using. The wall, just the brick. Yeah.
You're not still in the depressing office space at night.
No, though that's been like 3 or 4 PKA since then that I've been on since then, Woody. But that's clearly stuck in your head, man.
It made a huge impression on me. Like what, like what you did to make your live streams continue to happen, just in the soul sucking office space. Like it was a mini mall at night or something. It was
yeah. I pictured it like the kind of place like Saul Goodman's office was.
Yeah,
like that kind of mall. Like there's multiple Chinese places in walking distance.
Weekends were the worst because I was the only one in on weekends, so it'd just be me, and it'd be like the motion sensor lights. So it's totally dark until I move, kind of deal. It's just miserable.
That's what my career was like, man. I would frequently be like the last person at the office, staying late, working, getting my shit done, and like the HVAC would turn off, the lights would turn off. I'd run around flapping my arms to get the HVAC to turn back on.
Did you ever do anything? You ever do anything like take advantage of the fact you were the only one there?
Like what?
Well, all right. Like I guess maybe like
I thought
steal some office supplies
like
or
break room to myself.
Like maybe if there was like like I know there was like at the car dealership there was a place where like we couldn't go because it was like we were at the corporate office. So like upstairs, like that boss wasn't just like the boss of us. He was the boss of like 15 stores or something, like a region of the United States. He was an intimidating guy. So like. You didn't go in his office, but shit, we're the only ones here. Like, I'm gonna go look in Robert's office and see what it's like.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny you say it because I was like, I never did anything good, but I did. I'd like go into coworkers' cubes and look closely at their family photos, judgingly. Like, oh, look at this.
That is psychotic.
Ugly children.
That's so much worse than jacking off. That's so much worse than jacking off. Going around and being like, yeah, you don't even know I'm looking at your fucking beach family photograph, do you, Howard? Like,
yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is pretty fit. I didn't expect his wife to be this fat. And I know,
yeah, sitting in the boss's like going behind the manager's thing and like fucking around with the blue screen and like teaching myself those programs, like trying to do stuff like that, because we were there a lot late. Like for whatever reason, if a customer would come in 30 minutes before closing, a lot of people don't want to fuck with that guy. But I was hungry, I guess, like maybe literally at the time. And I'd be like, hey, sir, I know it's late, but we could squeeze in a car deal, and my record's 30 minutes, and that's what we've got. And sometimes they'd say, well, let's see what you can do, young man. And it'd be like, fuck, it's going to take 3 hours, sir. I was lying. We're going to be here late. Sir, first thing you should know is that I'm a liar. Now let's go pick out your new truck.
Sir, I'm going to be straight with you. Don't trust me.
Yeah, because there was a guy whose credit was bad, and it legitimately may have taken 6 or 7 hours from start to finish. And a lot of it was begging someone to give him, the money for this car, like weighing the op. They're like, okay, this car's this year, that many miles, it's worth this much. His credit is X, Y, and Z. Like, how much is he putting down? And just going back and forth because his numbers aren't moving, ours have to. And me just sitting there like a fucking clown trying to entertain this guy.
So you, as the salesman, like had to talk to the financial people and be like, come on, he's going to do it. He's going to pay it.
Worse. I have to keep him busy while 2 guys do that at the same time. Like my manager and the finance director are over there hustling. Because what we're trying to sell is like a used Mustang Cobra with very low miles, which is kind of a weird scenario. It's like, it's a used car, but it's worth a ton. Like it's a very valuable used car. It's on the edge of collector's edition already, the way it was sitting there. So anyway, they got the guy the car, and he paid an enormous amount for it. It was one of those deals where the rate was so bad that he was like, I'm going to pay cash, just not today. I'll come back in 3 months and give you the cash. And I was like, bullshit. Do it tonight. We'll finance it, make 3 payments, and then pay it off. Then we'll get your credit going again, sir. And he's like, you're making a lot of sense. It was one of those type of situations.
Okay. So you were helping. You were improving his life.
Yeah.
I'm setting him up. Everyone knows.
That was the motivation, too.
Adding a big car payment to your life.
He was going to pay it right off, and he had like dog shit credit. And he was about to like show somebody that, hey, not only can I can come up with $50,000. He was about to prove that to somebody on his credit report. That seemed like a good thing. Couldn't be a negative. Anyway, I sometimes had to be that clown who was just talking to them about nonsense, not even about and every now and then they'd be like, man, it's been a long time. I'd be like, it has. Would you like some coffee? Like killing hours like that with somebody who wants to leave.
Who knew that would be a transferable skill, Kyle? Here you are doing that again.
Yeah.
Who knew that learning to talk about nothing for hours and hours and hours and hours would be a career move?
Speaking of nothing, I've got some topics here. Okay, I gave some thought. The news has been so interesting.
Well, I want to catch up with Filthy too.
Yeah, God damn it!
I want to know
what. Filthy, you better be more interesting.
I want to know. What games are you playing?
Fascinating these days. You want to know games? Okay.
No games.
I said, you want to talk games? All right.
Because you're always doing fun strategy games, and I like those kind of games.
Yeah,
so
mostly
like give a good window into that world.
Yeah, it's been kind of a slow year for that. A lot of small strategy games. Just finished a title called Slipway, so it was pretty nice. It was kind of like a resource management puzzler kind of game, really fun. Doing some more Warhammer 40k stuff, playing expansion to Demon Hunters, which was a squad-based tactical. It's a lot of fun, but same old stuff. Mostly did a bit of Magic. Kind of hated the last set, but played it a bit until I could make myself no longer stand that game. Got to that point where you're just like, fuck this fucking game and everything it stands for. It's such a scam, Magic the Gathering. so anyway.
It's like I love like when I do pop into your like Twitch channel, like it is the funniest vibe between the guy playing. If someone is even like, Filthy, you should play this card instead, you'll just be like, really, you fucking retard? How about you start a channel? Oh, I'm on a 5-game win streak and you're going to tell me to play this instant here? I need to save it for his turn. I need to potentially cancel his extra tournament. Like that kind of, I love that.
It gets the worst, man.
0% of it is you like, oh, that's interesting, man. It's like, fuck you! Even if they're telling you objectively the right move, fuck you. Like, no way, I'm not doing it.
It's impossible. It's, of course, an impossible situation because the joy is, you're playing this as a communal thing. You're talking to your community as you're doing this. You're working through your stuff out loud. But the flip side of that is every asshole thinks they know better. And if the more common the game is, the more played it is, the more true that is. And it's so much more work. This is like anything else where you just throw some bullshit up on the table. It takes more work to disprove the bullshit than it does to create the bullshit. So you're always behind with that. I just don't want it. I don't want to be backseated. It's impossible. You can't win with that. So fuck.
Have you played chess online?
Oh my God.
But it sounds
okay.
miserable.
Chess seems fine for backseating. All right, I was going through my head.
I bet it's
which games are good for backseating, which ones are bad.
Yeah, show me that
Like
first list.
Like a Call of Duty game where I'm like rinse and repeating, like going into engagement. Somebody could be like, "Hey, I noticed that when you run, your cursor's low. Like bring it up a little bit so you're more prepared for the headshot." I'd be like, "You know what? You're fucking right. I always forget. I play too much of the old CODs. I don't aim at heads enough. I gotta click heads. You're right, man."
Mm-hmm.
I'd love that.
Kyle, think of that for a second. Now imagine that the same person who said that, they don't actually know. They're just typing shit. And like, you don't really know if they're an expert. They've got nothing to satisfy that they might be an expert. And they're just telling you some shit. And then the next guy in chat tells you the opposite thing from the previous guy. And they're both yelling at you the whole time. You're like, fuck off. Like,
I don't consider myself an expert in very many things at all. I think that's a pretty prestigious title to call yourself that. But I'll be like trying to get into these games. I'll be trying to learn a thing, and I'll be on Reddit or wherever the fuck reading this nitty gritty stuff, and then I'll realize I know more than you people. Like all of you. Like wait a minute. Are you writing this article with 30 hours played in the game? I have 300. You bitch. Like you have no idea what you're talking about. Like 30. I didn't know shit at 30. Like, get out of here. Like,
it opens your eyes. Like going on any internet forum that you like know something about. Like if I go to the hockey Reddit, so many plays I'll read and be like, oh, you guys didn't. They did like a poll, and it was like, how many of you know how to skate? Overwhelming majority don't know how to skate. And they're on there being like, his backward skating is embarrassing. This and that. And it's like you didn't play, you don't really get it. Like in a lot of ways. And then I'll go to some other topic that I am no knowledge of, and I'll be like, oh wow, like these guys know what they're talking about. But I'm just getting fooled in the same way like other people.
I played chess online, and prior to doing it, I thought I was like a 6 out of 10 player. Once I experimented with this online play, I realized I'm like a 1 or a 2 out of 10. And the chat seems to be all 10 out of 10s. Everything they suggested was perfect. Perfect, beyond perfect. And I think they were using computers pretending to be smarter than they thought they were. And their advice was always late. It was always late, and it was always perfect. So I could choose to either wait for their great advice and the timer runs out and I lose, or make my own moves, at which point I lose on my own.
But you have plenty of timer left.
Well, they're cheating. They're cheating. Like
cheating.
But I would think that chess, if you actually had like a guy out there who was good, a guy who doesn't even need to look at a board, who needs to be told what's on a board, and he'd be like, oh, well, you need to run the old Woody's Gambit then. Like if that guy, I'd love to have him sitting there and be like, dude, his rook, look. Oh, thanks, man. You're the best. Like but somebody's punching into a fucking one of those. What do you call them? The computers, the chess
computer. Deep blue.
I mean, just a chess computer. Like you just set up, your own chess game and you play against yourself and you mirror the movements and see what the computer does against a different computer. Right.
There's so much cheating in chess that I didn't know about. Like I watched a video of this like chess guy on YouTube who was like being asked like, what are your thoughts on all of these like cheaters and everything? And he was basically like, if you don't watch chess, or if you don't know chess, you hear about some guy like smashing Magnus Carlsen, that really good, Norwegian guy or whatever, multiple times in like perfect games. And if you don't know, you might think it's like baseball or hockey or football, where it's like sometimes a team just goes off. Sometimes that just happens. But in chess, it's like he explains like, no, what he's doing is like mathematically impossible. Like the only way he could be making these moves is if a computer algorithm is telling it to him, because that computer has already predicted all the likely outcomes from his opponents just from seeing where it is. And the way that they would do it sometimes is like apparently the vibration thing, like on an anklet or in your ass. I don't think the ass thing was real. There was another
the ass
guy
thing is real.
Well, they didn't confirm it was an ass thing, but one thing that was confirmed is like there was a big chess tournament, and this guy, like the amount of memorization I was like surprised that all these like chess masters could memorize other things for some reason. And like it's like this guy was like, the way that he cheated, I was trying to keep up with how he was cheating, and I'm like, damn, I'm too dumb for this. And he was sitting there playing, and then a guy who was watching the live feed of the game in a hotel was entering that into an algorithm, and then was sending that answer to a guy who was just standing like meandering around on his phone in the main area, and that guy would walk to pre-programmed areas and do certain things. And so like he would just meander over to stand by a post and scratch his left eyebrow. That means knight to queen 5 or whatever the fuck. And then he just pretended to sneeze over by the door. That means this. And so hundreds of signs depending on what needed to be done. And even with that, he got
might be easier to learn to play chess.
Did it come out that they figured out how he was cheating? Because I know that big scandal a couple months ago, maybe a little bit longer now. And I thought it was an unknown, essentially, how the cheating was occurring.
Yeah,
like
that's what I heard too. They basically were like, okay, we can't, or my understanding was they're like, we can't prove this.
Yeah.
But anyone in the chess world like knows that you're cheating. Like you cannot play like a computer does. Like you'll never be able to. It's just too difficult.
Tough bar though. If you start winning too much, it's just you must be cheating. Well, fuck.
Yeah. But I mean, like, if I were to cheat against someone in chess, I'm not like teeing off against the guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to go balls to the wall cheating against the guy that everyone's immediately going to be like, wait, this no-name guy just dominated this guy who, like, thrashes
I cheated in
50-year-old
chess,
Russians.
and they're like, Woody, the vibrating butt plug doesn't have to be that big. And I'm like, I don't want to miss what you're telling me.
Well, Woody has a 1,000 bead anal bead in, depending on which one it's pulled out to. It does. It's like, all right, knight to queen 15. Like,
was that 887?
Smells funky in here. Chess.
Is there any money to be made in chess? I mean, clearly there is some if you're like the best guy in the world, but like, where does it come from?
And how deep does it go? Like there's money to be made in being the best acrobatic paraglider in the world, right? But there's not much money in being third best, right? It's one of those sports where only one or two guys can make a living off of it.
Yeah,
how deep does chess go?
Well, here's the thing though. What chess is it doesn't matter what board you have. It doesn't matter what chair you're like. What is his thing, right? The paramotor guy, like if you're
He's
the
at least
best
selling wings or something, right?
The best guy, like if he tells me that these emergency shoots are the ones that he trusts his life with, oh my God, dude. Who else? You probably relied on it more than anybody. You're always pushing the edge. You're the guy. I believe you and I buy your thing, even if it's 3 times as much. This genius chess master says, these are the best boards. They're so waxy and plum.
Yeah.
And you know what else I bet? I bet the best chess player on the planet is like, Jesus Christ, I am 49 times better than this Twitch streamer who plays chess like shit, but tells jokes the whole time. And I wish I should make more money than him. I guarantee you that happens.
Of course.
I bet.
So,
they just have to be
I just
funny
can't imagine there's any money to be made in simply being purely good at chess, because it's like one of the unique, I'm gonna call it a sport or game, whatever, that like, man, it really doesn't matter, does it? It's just his wits, and that's it. That's literally it. It's a game that you can play, but in your mind, because the best players can. You could just you could tell them knight to queen 3 or whatever the fuck, and they would keep track of that shit in their heads. There's no.
Maybe it's like bigger in Russia, because remember, like when chess was all big.
What's the equipment? Some chalk? Like what are we doing? Like what are we selling? What are we pushing?
Yeah, grip
energy
chalk.
drinks. Are we doing like smelling salts before we fucking take on a game?
Yeah, it should all be legal performance enhancing drugs. That's what it should be. You should be just shilling the shit out of like caffeine, energy drinks, and anything for expanding your intellect and concentration, that kind of stuff. Focus.
You know,
alpha.
Dude, a really good. Here's a chess. Here's a chess idea. Brain versus brawn. There's a big game of chess, and all the pieces are like those Husafell stones that like Brian Shaw and those giant men lift up in Iceland. All the pieces are like that. I imagine Brian Shaw is too busy, destroying small cities, pillaging and raiding to learn how to play chess. But he would be able to abide by the time constraints by actually moving it. Magnus Carlsen, he's going to be working on like engineering stuff, trying to figure out like, my move. I want to move my pawn 2 squares forward because that's allowed on the first move.
He's going to bring
but I can't lift it. What do you mean? How is this confusing to you?
Is he gonna like do some engine? You suggested some engineering know-how might assist him in moving of the how do you pronounce it? Husavell?
The Husavell stones.
The Husavell stones.
I think.
Those Lucifer stones. You've got. Is he gonna come like with a mech suit or something? But with his improved intellect?
No,
I'd be down for that.
Because think about this, Brian Shaw, like he can just hit the timer quick. He lifts up the piece, puts it where it's supposed to be. This other guy, you know how pawns can move too forward in the beginning.
I have a different show.
He's not going to be strong enough to do that. He's going to have to like tilt it on its side and kind of roll it to the next square, and he's not going to be able to make it in time. The ultimate challenge.
Okay, so that's your pitch for your reality show. Here's mine.
Well, it's not a whole show. It's more of a skit.
Well, I don't know if I'd be downplaying
I get funding
my own
for like 2 seasons of this.
Don't be downplaying your own show into the two executives here
to parlay into.
What if we
even heavier pieces?
What if you take the Mythbusters guy and you have him versus Brian Shaw, but the Mythbusters guy gets to engineer some shit for a week, and Brian Shaw like has to come in and like muscle his way through the projects. Like we're gonna knock walls down, move stones and stuff. And
I like this. If I'm the Mythbusters guy, I sabotage my opponent's pieces. Like there's Vaseline all over my fucking chess pieces.
No. We're not playing chess because I thought that was dumb. We're doing different things every week.
This
is why my show's so much better.
Fine, this is a better show.
I have the same idea every week. I just put Vaseline on his shit.
I think it would be okay. My idea is a skit on your show.
Fair. It's
not even a big one. It can be like right before commercial.
The chess thing could be a whole episode. I just fear that Jamie Heineman or whatever his name is, every week just shows up with a bobcat.
Yeah. Well, he's the one you want, right? Like that. Didn't that come out like he's the more engineering minded one than whatever the other guy's Adam.
So there's the stoic guy with beret and the mustache, and then there's the fun one who makes like movie gadgets. I think that's Jamie, and I think Adam's the beret guy. I think it's beret, maybe it's a newspaper cap, it's some kind of a silly old timey hat. But yeah, I like that guy. I wish he would do another show. Like it'd be so popular if he had his own, streaming show or whatever. I know everybody our age, and I'm sure like a younger generation too, who's been watching him on YouTube and like everywhere else, would love to watch some more Mythbusters. And they're all alive except for the one guy. Isn't it weird that the Asian guy died first? You never expect that.
Did he like have cancer or something, or was it like an accident? Do you remember?
I don't think it was an accident. I thought it was,
when you hear about like a Mythbuster dying, you assume it's like something.
Oh no, it wasn't anything crazy. He wasn't busting myths. He wasn't in the line of duty or anything.
How poisonous is arsenic? Today we're gonna find out. Very, very poisonous.
Let's see if we can float in a pool of mercury.
Wow, the answer is very briefly. Yes. Very briefly before the cancer consumes you. Wouldn't that be what happened? Or no, you just die real quick because it would like leach into your skin and poison you. Right.
So it's super dense, right? So you should float on top. Like the Dead Sea or whatever where that salt is so there's so much salt. The salinity's so high.
Yeah.
But it's a heavy metal. So you would think that like taking a literal bath in it would give you some serious heavy metal poisoning. And I don't think that's cancer, but that's like a whole number of like problems with your body and brain.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that episode.
No, don't do that.
No.
I wonder if I didn't do enough research when I used to play with that gallium stuff. I just roll that stuff around in my hands all the time. I'm pretty sure it's okay though.
Yeah, based on YouTube videos, you can like drink it, eat it. Like people are just
I don't know about that.
With gallium.
Oh, speaking of like YouTube videos, EDP is back in the news again recently. I heard that he got caught trying to lure another child into his big flabby arms.
Again,
he got caught again.
I don't know who EDP is.
He is
Eat that pussy. 45.
Yeah,
he used to be a
Eat
very
That
popular.
Pussy.
He's one of these boisterous African American gentlemen who puts on a popular YouTube channel. You can probably imagine him. Very large fellow, yelled a lot about various topics, sometimes gaming related. Turned out he was a pedophile. He got caught by one of these amateur Chris Hansons, and they basically. Chris Hansen was tasteful, if you remember. I mean, he'd read the transcript. He'd be like, "Sir, is this a picture of your cock or whatever?" Yeah, he'd embarrass you a little. These guys were ruthless. So leading up to it, they're obviously posing as a child speaking to this man. And they're like, yeah, the thing that turns little 12-year-old girl me on is a picture of a big fat man's duty. So if you could just do that real quick, send me a snap of your duty. And he was like, for real? I'm on it. And he's like, he's sending pictures of his poop and, he's sending other nudes to these gentlemen. And when he gets there, I think he brought baked goods. I think he brought like brownies or cookies for the little girl, because that always makes it extra creepy and funny. These two guys like ambush him in an alley and they're like, EDP, the cops are on the way. How does it feel to be a pedophile? and they're cracking fat jokes and small dick jokes. The whole, like, they're riffing on him. It turned out that at least one of those guys is a bit of an awful person himself. I think there was some, I don't know, domestic stuff. It seems like every layer, it's just layer cakes of assholes, Yeah, this is. I think that guy on the right turned out to be a little.
Obviously, he's an asshole. He promised this guy a child and didn't deliver.
Didn't show up at all with a child.
Dude, I would love to get my photo taken with EDP. Imagine how, like, he's making that guy look svelte. Like that. Yeah, that would be, dude. I need like a photo of him in my house, like just so like
EDP
I look
is
good
the guy that called Wings of Redemption, made a video offering him weight loss advice.
He did.
Yeah,
or maybe
that's
like
hilarious.
Life advice. He's not equipped for either.
A lot of calories in pussy, apparently.
Woo! What, you eat the whole kid?
Yeah, he's
just for his start.
So he was, for some reason I thought he was in jail, but no, he's out and just practicing.
I didn't look that far into it. I should have done my research a little more.
He's a practicing pedophile. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like he's a pedophile who's like actively like getting amped up over pedophile things.
I thought you were saying that he wasn't a very good pedophile and that he had to hone his game.
I mean, that much is true also. Look at this.
Is that Daniel Cormier?
It could be.
Dude, I saw
his head looks photoshopped on. Like what? There's no neck. Is that real? I can't. There's no way.
It doesn't look real, but it is
outside of my experience.
Oh man,
yeah. Damn. Imagine like the balls on the guy to get caught soliciting an underage girl and like a year later back in the game. Like he just can't stay away.
What are you gonna do? Love of the game.
Well, we gotta. I mean, we gotta lock him up, right? We gotta lock him up.
We gotta lock a lot of people up, and that's why I'm so happy with the mayor of New York this week, and you will be too, Taylor. What's this guy's name? I wrote it down in my Stones book. Eric Adams. Mayor Eric Adams. New York City is going to begin next week hospitalizing the mentally ill involuntarily. They're gonna start rounding them up. And not just the police. Like multiple agencies have been informed and are being like educated on how to round them up without causing a stink. That's how I put it. They were like, I don't know, respectfully and while blah blah blah. And like,
respectfully, get in the van.
Net him. I want to see those big nets. They're going to start rounding up.
Back in the day, they would put a straitjacket on children and take them off to be like improved in some way. We don't do that anymore.
Kids, like they all panned
I've
out.
seen those.
Yeah, now those kids are winners.
Yeah, those are some of the most successful.
Like
we call that the quiet chair.
That's what they did for Elon Musk.
I don't think so.
No, I think they had I definitely in prison or jail. I don't remember which. I saw one of those straitjacket chairs that they can like lock you in and like put the full hood on you. Like if you go wild and you're wanting to spit on people and throw shit, they're like, oh, restrain him. And like they can put you in. It looks like an electric chair. Essentially, you are 100% strapped down to this motherfucker, and you're not throwing shit. You're not spitting. You're not doing anything like that. And I can't imagine.
That's just a Friday night.
I mean, if you're throwing shit at people, you have to be stopped.
Okay, Saturday.
you have to
be stopped.
Like Mr. Freeze.
That is behavior that we as a society cannot abide. Like
the shit throwers and the Green Goblin. We must put a stop to them.
Honestly, the Green Goblin is a lot less scarier than like someone throwing, E. coli in your mouth.
I don't know. Green Goblin's kind of bad.
He had those little green bomb things he threw in that gas.
I don't remember the film.
You don't remember the film?
I remember not being that scared of him because it's like this guy's outpaced by helicopters, like even basic like like NYPD stuff. Like even in the air, he's not that.
He had a jet thing. The little thing he's flying around. They had jets. I think
you could have shot him out of the air. He's a guy who
he's
works
got
in
metal
a lab.
armor on.
Yeah, but it's not magic. Spider-Man beats the shit out of him.
A very agile hoverboard.
Actually, Spider-Man does that backflip, and he impales himself with his own glider. If you remember,
I was banking on like him on Spider-Man.
Spider-Man doesn't kill. No, Spider-Man lets them like he's like what's that fake martial art, Woody, where you like redirect them? It's not Tai Chi. It's like
Akimbo.
Aikido.
That's it. Thank you.
Akido's that stupid dog. Akimbo's when you got two guns.
Aikido. You had it. Yeah.
Okay. All stupid things equally. That's how Spider-Man kills things. Same with Batman, really, if you think about it. Batman will be more direct. He'll like dangle you over the roof, and then when you fall, he's like, "Oh."
Yeah, he lets gravity do it, but he pulls you off. Yeah.
You know who's way more badass? Captain America. Captain America.
I hate that hero.
Captain America shoots a gun. Captain America will rip open the lid of your tank and throw a grenade in there. I was watching him recently, Jackie and I, and it was just like, my God, there are a lot of people getting killed. I saw Captain America take his shield and shred open the side of a tank. And then he hit people in the head with the same fucking shield. Like, they didn't live.
They're dead.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's fine because it's World War II, right? Those were Nazis.
They were.
And you can do anything you want to a Nazi. I watched a really interesting video today about Star Wars. Don't stick with me here. It's not gonna get that nerdy, but it was more about the concept of the stormtroopers being these faceless, expendable bad guys, and we feel nothing for them as they die one after another. But the whole point of maybe the Force Awakens, the one with that black gentleman and Daisy Ridley, he was a stormtrooper at the beginning, and the beginning of that starts with his stormtrooper buddy dies on a stormtrooper battlefield, and his buddy's like bloody handprint goes on Finn's face, I think his name was the character.
Yes.
And now I don't want to be a stormtrooper anymore. I'm a good guy. But the whole concept of that means that all of the stormtroopers are just child soldiers who just need like a moment of waking up and being a decent person.
No, the other ones aren't deserters like this punk. This punk sees one bad day and suddenly he wants to not fight anymore.
He goes full PTSD while his buddies die around him and breaks from his child soldier life and the Empire. And runs away, joins the rebellion, and then in the same movie, he's the gunner in their ship, killing his buddies, and he's going, "Woo! Did you see that one?" Like he's gunning that, like da 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 da. It would be the same as if, like, now imagine it's World War II movie, and he was the good Nazi. The one stormtrooper takes his helmet off. That's what they called the Nazis, right? The originally a World War I thing, German thing. They were the Stormmen. Right, but then they carried that over into sort of a paramilitary group under Hitler. And anyway, the good Nazi joins like our side, and then later on, he's immediately just killing other Nazis, and he's like, "Yes, die, you scum! Teach you to mess with these Jews, right, guys? Right?
So we are on the same team. I know about rockets too. You know,
he'd be like, "Don't trust him."
Yeah, of course not. You'd be like, "He's still a fucking Nazi, bro." Like,
that's the thing about being a pilot. Like, you cause all the same like destruction and death and horribleness and PTSD that anybody else in the military does, but you don't experience it. You do it from afar, and you either live or die, right? Because people in planes die, but it's just off or on. There is no slow, degrading 1,000-mile stare from pressing the button 2 miles away.
Yeah, that's why I always say like Air Force is such a clear-cut winner, because like nowadays, especially with the drone stuff, you could be essentially playing video games, in a bunker somewhere, like back stateside even. Like
I think they make the most money.
I think usually they've got those guys like somewhere in like the region or maybe even really close, depending on what they're flying. But I definitely have seen instances of like some guys in California flying that shit, killing people in the Middle East. Like that's a whole different kind of battlefield. I'm sure you could get PTSD from that. Like eventually you could be like doing the math in your head if you're a rational human being and be like, that was 87 people. 87 people today.
Yeah. A whole wedding party.
Yeah. And at the wrong one at that. Right? Like, or that instance where they killed those journalists and those just innocent people on the street. I'm sure, I don't know if you've seen the video. It's gunship footage, but they're celebrating and cheering and stuff. And They're in a gunship. They're in like a hovering helicopter, I believe, 2,000 meters away or something. Silent. Oh, did you see the military's new helicopter? As we talk about the atrocities,
Yes.
as
Oh
an
my
American,
God.
I'm like, woo! But we got a new one. Did you see the new bird?
No.
It is amazing. I don't
What's
remember
good
what it's
about
called.
It looks like an osprey. It's got double rotors that like do this shit.
I saw a Reddit comment. It said, when a Black Hawk and an osprey love each other very, very,
Very much. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
What's it called?
I wish I could tell Zach he'd find a picture of it, but it's
Yeah,
like
just search military's
it's the
new helicopter and you'll
Black
find
Hawk
You
replacement.
broke up a bit. Yeah, Black Hawk
Black Hawk
replacement.
replacement.
Yeah, that would get it. Yeah, the thing looks really slick. That's the second aircraft that the military's. I don't know if that was exactly an unveiling as much as them being like, yeah, we went with this one. But they also came up with that new stealth plane last week, right?
The bomber, right?
Yeah, yeah, or like missile platform. I guess they are mostly now. I don't think they drop a lot of bombs. But this is not it. This
Black
is
Hawk replacement, silly head. I told you what to Google. I did it myself, and I found like 30 examples of the same thing.
Yeah,
I like this one too, though.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know what it is.
This doesn't look real. I remember seeing this. I don't think this has happened yet.
Yeah, Army. They're on the ground. That's how you know it's fake.
Oh, that's true. The Army can't fly.
No.
That
of course
isn't true.
It's against the rules.
It's against the rules of combat. It's against the Geneva Convention. You have to, if your stated purpose is to fight on the ground, you must remain there.
In the Army, you can fly you can fly and not be an officer, which makes it more achievable for people. That's a thing. Sometimes people who want to fly go that route.
I didn't know that.
I want to know, because it got touched on while you guys were talking about Captain America murdering people. I don't watch the Marvel movies, but I've never thought Captain America was cool. Filthy, you said you hate him.
Yeah.
Bolster my pre-decided belief.
He's literally a short guy who isn't doing so well, right? Like he's like a soldier. They're like, we need a super soldier, and they like the first thing they do is add like 4 inches to him because he's not like physically enough of a specimen, and he's just some guy who they're like, yeah, take these drugs and go kill people, and that's his like whole thing, and it's like little man syndrome all the way. Yes, it is.
You missed it.
Like, he's got like this. In what sense?
He's the perfect guy. It's the whole great power requires responsibility thing. Like in the testing, they've got. Remember when they're doing I know, but when they're doing the whole field trials with Tommy Lee Jones and everything, they got this big ox of a motherfucker over there who looks like who could beat up 3 men on his own, and they're like, clearly the ox is the guy we should give the super serum to, and the guy like throw the dummy grenade amongst the men.
And they were right.
And Captain America immediately is the guy who's on it. Get away! Get away! He's trying to save everybody. That's the guy you give the. Otherwise, you end up with a villain. You give it to the Ox Man, and you just get more.
Thank God that loser protected Ox.
That's funny.
God damn it! You've got some of that loser on you. Come here. You got some all over you.
Somebody wiped the loser
viscera on your marble body. Like, get that off. No, honestly, think about how quickly they would have beat the Soviet Union had they given it to Ox.
It just seemed like such a propaganda story. It was like
Union.
I don't know when it happened, man. I don't know. I don't know what the backstory of this is.
He fought the Soviets later in the comics, but it's the Nazis. Well, no,
I don't like him. He seems like he's too tryhard for me because he's so outclassed by the other superheroes. He can't fly. He can't jump as high as the rest of them. Like he's not as fast.
He's incredibly strong. He's incredibly powerful,
and not in that world.
And his shield, in that world, and his shield is one of those like MacGuffin items in that universe. It's very, very powerful.
Well, okay,
even the shield is super lame though, right? Like,
like shield is lame.
Like it's so great that it's a defensive weapon, not an offensive weapon. Like it would have been so easy to make
all the same.
You should love Captain America because he so easily could have been like some big dick asshole with a giant, like a Rambo copy.
Yeah, it could have been realistic. That's what we are.
I like Captain America. He's one of my favorites. Batman's my favorite though. I like the power down, like
leadership. Like he leads the group. Someone has to coordinate all.
They don't have a choice. Chain of command.
True.
No, but they listen to him the same way like a trained hippo listens to a guy like
that's not true.
Like Iron Man. If Iron Man and Captain America are in their little fucking meeting room where all the superheroes are, and Captain America's like, "This is the move," and then Iron Man's like, "Interesting, I like it. This is, I think this is another idea." Everyone in that room is like, "That's fucking Tony." home run again. Like everyone would take it, everyone would take his side because on some level you realize like this fucking idiot from the 40s, like who's not as strong as, you know, apparently just as much a member of the team as the bow and arrow guy. Like when shit gets real, you send Thor because he's a god. You send the Hulk. You send Iron Man. You don't send Captain America to be like, you know what? I think I can direct this police station to handle this wrong.
When an army of Leviathans is attacking your team of superheroes, you need Captain America to coordinate shit.
Yeah, and you don't want a guy standing on the ground with a fucking shiny shield to hold off of space invaders coming through the rift up in the sky. Like he's just lacking the necessary equipment to do this.
Yeah,
he's down here in an iron suit.
You put him in an Iron Man suit, and suddenly Tony Stark's out of a job. Now he's just the bankrolling guy.
It is questionable that Tony Stark didn't make Iron Man suits for everybody. Every one of the superheroes would have benefited from it.
What a piece
Iron
of
Man
shit.
suits across the board.
He's got more money than God, right? So I've seen like at least 2 of the Iron Man movies.
Didn't they all get suits?
And at any given time, when he doesn't have a suit, he's like, Jarvis, another suit, please. And then another suit shoots out of the fucking bar in his office, and then it catches him.
The guy's got like Spider-Man 29 suits lined up for himself, and everyone else is in underoos.
And then he's like making fun. He's like, "Oh, I gotta hey Hawkeye, here's an arrow that blows up." Like he's like laughing at him. He's like, "Oh, you're struck you.
That's a bottle rocket."
Yeah, it's a bottle rocket.
Asshole.
That's all he's doing.
Here's your new arrow.
Captain America sucks, man.
Yeah.
Captain America sucks. No, pretty much all of them. How much would their efficacy change if it was just the Hulk, Thor, and Iron Man? If it was just those 3, now who couldn't they handle from a fighting perspective?
They need Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Okay, she's Superman, right?
Scarlet. Basically. Better than Superman.
Yeah.
And Scarlet Witch.
Superman without like the vulnerabilities almost, right? Does she have vulnerabilities? Yeah.
You need vulnerabilities or you're a boring character. Yeah.
Well, that was always the problem with Superman. So Superman was always a very boring character to like read or watch.
Justice League was ridiculous. Justice League, it's like a 2-hour movie. They spent an hour and 45 minutes trying to wake up Superman. And then the last 15 minutes, Superman easily handles the problem.
It was more of a scheduling error than it was an actual problem. Oh my God. I thought
he's off shift
from outer space were coming next Wednesday.
You're going to have to wait till we open.
Yeah.
I saw an animated skit earlier, and it's basically Captain America waking up and Iron Man trying to catch him up on what things are like these days. Like, hey, but what he's really doing is trying to find a fellow racist and bigot. And he's like, so you're probably wondering why all those blacks are just running around. And he's like, no, actually, I thought it just what? And the women, and it's like every step of the way, Tony Stark's just a huge piece of shit, and Captain America's shocked by it. It's great.
That's pretty funny.
He's like, no, I'm from the 40s, but I'm not a scumbag. What's wrong with you?
He's like, Tony Stark's like pissed. He's like, fuck.
Yeah.
I get the one bitch from the 40s.
I wanted to talk about fucking Kanye at some point again, though, because he dropped a new song.
Is there anything new?
Yes, he did. I didn't hear the song.
What?
No. Is it good?
I don't think we're allowed.
Like it?
I don't think we're allowed to have opinions.
That's like what he's good at. Making songs.
It is unanimously beloved by even like you go to his subreddit and everybody was like the Kanye subreddit has turned into a Holocaust remembrance subreddit. Yeah, until he dropped a new song, and then it's turned into some people being like, shit. And then other people being like, fuck all of y'all fake motherfuckers. You said all he had to do was drop a track. That's it. and now you're like, oh shit, I guess I'm a Nazi, lols.
wait, I changed my mind. I love it now.
Yeah, so it's no.
Do you think he has to be worried about setting foot in New York City now?
Nah. Oh, for the mental illness thing, that's that's funny actually. Yeah. I don't think that.
I thought it was because of all the Jewish people there.
No, that's for. Yeah,
could Kanye walk the streets of Fifth Avenue?
Yeah, Kanye. When you've got
hey, wandered into the wrong neighborhood.
You think you're safe in this neighborhood? It's Wall Street.
Oh, you look a little lost.
The Sabbath. I think he'd be fine. I think they're mostly going to go after those poor crazy people who poop in the streets and and that sort of thing.
It's
end game for that. Are they redoing mental institution? Is that the plan?
Yeah. Well, in New York, they're sending them. They're forcibly committing them in New York, and I would imagine. Though? Yeah, they said mental health facilities and hospitals to get the treatment that they needed, which would lead me to believe that at some point they laid down some infrastructure and I'm hearing squeaking.
Is it me?
I heard like squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. I don't know what that. Anyway,
I hear it again.
Oh, I heard that. It wasn't me though.
Could be me, but I don't know what it would be.
I'm gonna mute myself.
That fixed it.
Nope.
All right, wait. I gotta mute myself. It wasn't me.
It's back.
Fuck. Okay, hold on. My turn.
It's filthy.
It wasn't me.
Well, I was muting my mic during this. It might very well be me. I don't know what it is, but
it's 100% him. Just saying.
What is it?
I don't know what can be done about it, but like sometimes when his mic's on, it's going.
It's totally. Let's pretend that muting his mic means he can't hear us and just talk shit.
Oh.
I'll just quietly talk shit to myself as well. I can be good call for help.
I used to do that when I worked at Cisco. I know I was told about that. I thought it was fucking hilarious because it worked for like 13 years. If you're not paying attention to a meeting and they like ask you something, they'll be like, "I'm sorry, can you say that again? I was on mute." They all just like don't question that. But when you're on mute, you can hear fine.
Yeah.
But I'd ask them to repeat it, explain that I was on mute, and they would, and they never blinked twice.
Be like that one like CNN guy who's like, "Could you repeat that? I was masturbating."
Yeah, that's a better line.
I think did he get rehired?
He got rehired and fired. He's gone.
Again?
CNN has been doing cuts. So this one wasn't for performance reasons, or I guess, but like he got caught in a layoff.
Who's
they
that?
did another round of layoffs recently.
The guy who jacked off on
Tooney? Is it?
I think something Tubin, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Sometimes I just do alley oops. You know, I'll get it close. Maybe it worked with the keto.
No, that
I'm
worked.
I got it. I'm on the YouTube video for like this Kanye thing, and it's just some random person uploaded it, right? But there's still like thousands and thousands of views, and the comments sound so soulful. Don't you agree? You can hate him all you want, but you can't deny his artistry. This shit is absolutely off the fucking chain. Kanye still got that soul. This track is dedicated to the people who say they miss the old Kanye. It's unfair how good this is. Like on and on and on.
Wow.
And on.
I need to re-listen.
I've listened to it 3 or 4 times. It's pretty slick. It's pretty slick. He samples Alex Jones at the end. It's screaming electrical squeakiness into my ear.
Something's going on now because now it's constant. I don't know what it would be.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Someone's like,
while he's gone.
someone said he's not understandable these days, but the talent is undeniable and undisputed.
It's interesting that I all those people were the evil of Kanye. Like again, all he had to do was show just a little bit of like that old talent, and I would say 30% of the people who had turned have come back already.
Dude, Michael Jackson has played everywhere, and he touched children.
We don't know that. I see it.
I've started to question that. I was always on team touch children, always.
I mean, we don't anymore.
But now, like a lot of the kids are angry. They're like, he never touched me. He didn't. My mom said that. I still haven't forgiven her. She was after his money. Like I'm seeing stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I watched.
I mean, like, look.
I watched that documentary. Like what was it? Finding Neverland or something. I watched a couple of docs about him, and I went back and forth. And I'm at this point, my thoughts are that he's just a guy who really didn't have a childhood, and I bet he was weird. And I bet like I don't want that guy in the bed with my kid. But I don't think he was a full-on child molester. You know what I mean? I don't think he even had the capacity for that. But I bet I don't know, he fucking wiggled up against a kid in a fucking bed a time or two in like an innocent kind of creepy way. if that's possible to be innocently creepy. But that's just where I think if I had to guess, that's what my money would be on. I don't think he was a calculated child molester.
When an adult, like 100 millionaire, designs a house with like trains and like toys and blow up doll, like carousels, that, and then he has children over for sleepovers, and he sleeps in the same bed with them, I think it's pretty cut and dry.
You would think so, but he was also like all those other weird things that don't make sense at all either. You know, like if all the things that you just said were in a vacuum on their own, I'd be like, yeah, let's lock that fucker up. But we've got this weird like elf of a man who like sings and dances and travels the planet bringing joy and didn't have a childhood. And he's been like,
he couldn't rape children. Look how eccentric he is.
No. He's perfectly capable of rape. Like I'm just saying, like
so skinny.
Outside of a vacuum, he's just. It's a weird guy from start to finish. Like sleeping with the kids is one of the more milder things about him. Like he's just weird. That's not even his fucking voice.
It's not.
It isn't.
He's like putting out a voice.
So I had a theory
totally
that
staying all deep
because he was a child star, he kept hanging on to that child voice and never developed a man's one. That was my
theory. No, his dad had him castrated. You know, so you could.
That's probably what it is.
No, that's that. I've read that a bunch of times. That he'd been chemically castrated, or maybe just literally castrated.
Really?
And that's because he does look odd. I don't know, and he does seemingly have that voice forever. But then I read somewhere that wasn't true, and he chemically castrated by his late dad, says singer's ex-doctor in 2018. So you know,
Jesus Christ. I mean, that
filthy. I had a theory while you were gone. You don't happen to have your cell phone near your electronics, do you?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's in the other room.
I'm not hearing anything now anyway. So
yeah, I didn't do anything special. Just did all the hardware unplug, replug kind of shit. So hopefully it fixed it. Don't know what it is.
I have two stories. They're both about tall women.
Okay.
And
you've got my attention.
Do you want to talk about Brittany?
Oh, I know one of them.
We can talk about Brittany Griner and the WNBA, or we can talk about Drag Queen Story Hour.
I know about the Brittany Griner one. I was reading that today. The trade we got. So we traded a WNBA player for a guy who is so known in the world of arms trading that he is referred to as the Merchant of Death, and I guess is the basis for the Nick Cage movie Lord of War. Correct. So he's kind of known and kind of a big guy, and we traded a WNBA player for this guy.
Thank God we did that. America was culturally lost without our WNBA star.
Did you now saying it was a prisoner exchange?
They're the same height, though. That's how these exchanges work.
Yes, it's like a sports trade. I'm just saying, like if this is like
what the fuck?
Teams do not trade first round draft picks for like a 7th rounder. We should at least get like a package deal.
Not only are all the things Taylor just said accurate about this awful man, but
he's good at what he does.
But well, I mean, look at the timing, right? We're right in a time where like Russia is like our enemy big time. Like we got a war going on over there. Like this isn't the time to release their like Lords of War, or whatever.
The Merchant of Death,
dude. If this was a video game, you'd be like, oh God, why do they always have dumb plots like this? Don't trade that. like you would know that this is so stupid. What we've done. And I saw like her I don't know if it's her wife or her fiance or whatever, her partner. I don't know if they're married or not. In the Oval Office, like hugging Biden, and I want to be like, why didn't you scoop me up out of prison, Biden? God damn! like I was in Alabama.
Wait, wasn't it Trump at the time?
Who would we trade for Kyle? Like, what's the appropriate exchange?
I mean, apparently anyone.
I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2", so like any of the WNBA girls could hit that. I think there's a lot of them that are 6'3" in there, even taller.
Brittany Griner is like way taller than all that. She's super tall.
You know what team does she play for again, Taylor?
I couldn't tell you one name of one team in the WNBA.
Can any of you name one team in the WNBA?
There might be one called the Los Angeles Magic. There's definitely one in LA.
There's definitely the Magic a team in LA. I have a team here in Atlanta.
Orlando,
I didn't.
Sparks.
Not only did I not know that we had a team in here in Atlanta, I didn't know the name of it until I started looking into it earlier, and I think it's the Atlanta Dream. I also think we are the second lowest attended team in the WNBA. All of last year, 2022, I want to say the attendance was 45,000 for the year.
That's awful.
How many? Do you know how many games they play?
Couldn't tell you.
it's like it's shockingly low. There's only 12 teams, and they play like 15 games or something, 16 games, something like that total.
Well, the whole thing is like it's just like a subsidy, like it's a support program from the NBA. Like the NBA just gives them enough money to run. It's not like anybody watches that shit.
Well, that's what I was looking at. I wanted to see like how big of a star is Brittany Griner. She's on the second most popular team in the WNBA, the Phoenix.
What's the
Mercury?
comparison for like viewership? So if the other one is 45K for the entire year, what's the second best team do? That's the second worst.
It was significantly higher. It was like 150,000, like 3 times higher or 4 times higher or something. But it was still like
that's rough.
Like, all right, so by comparison, one University of Georgia football game at home, when we're like an average one, is probably 60,000. I would guess. Some of those stadiums hold 80,000 people.
She plays for the Phoenix Mercury.
Yeah, Atlanta Dream, like I said, really low attendance. You can go for like the entire, that's average attendance per game.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
There's 12 games. What did you say total games were, roughly?
32 games a year, maybe something like that. It's, if I'm not right, I'm close. 28, maybe.
It's
there is no way the Seattle Storm, a WNBA team, are averaging almost 11,000 people there. There's no way. If there were that packed pictures of WNBA stuff, like we'd see a photo of it, right? Like one ever, you think? You think we'd have one photo ever? I'm
sure they exist, Taylor. I mean, perhaps not in the circles we travel.
What proof do you have that this is wrong?
I believe the stats.
Just general knowledge. I'm trusting my eyes and my ears, folks.
Taylor goes, no, those numbers are low, but not nearly as low as I would think they would be. There's no way 10,600 people show up every fucking game.
I'm trying to look at who my local team is.
WNBA arena.
It's gone. Probably Atlanta.
Yeah, that's a shame. I hear that goddamn squeaking.
I can't be back. I guess it can be.
Yeah.
That's no good.
That's got to be one of the, and there's tons of jokes to be made there, right? About sports, this being a bad trade because she's in sports.
Some good photos.
Right? But like, how could this happen? Like, I don't think anyone thinks this is a good idea except for her and her family. All of them are thrilled, and I would be too. Like, holy shit. Like, I don't care. Fucking bring Saddam Hussein back alive. Like, whatever you got to do, get my loved one back home.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Team America, Team World Peace, Team Anti-Warlord, or whatever, like if you consider yourself a good guy, you have to realize we just made a bad trade.
Could he maybe be useless at this point? Like he's been out of it too long, or is too known, is too watched, or something. Maybe he's just not a very high value guy anymore.
I bet he's got enemies out there that he's gonna kill now, right?
Probably the Merchant of Death. Seems like
other weapons
of
merchants. That might not be that bad.
But there are weapons merchants. You know, he's going to go out there and attack the Jonah Hills, the War Dogs, you know, that kind of thing.
I don't know. Probably. Maybe you're right. You make a good point. Maybe he's out of the game. How old's that gentleman? That's a good question. I didn't.
And how long has he been in prison for too? How long have we had him for?
I'm willing to see both sides of this. If this is some 87-year-old man with no contacts, maybe that's what Biden is saying right now. He's like, hey, you know who this guy is? I do. I read his file. Nobody's heard his voice in 35 years. Like if it's like that, you know.
He's only 55. He's prime weapons selling.
That's when they get that gray trusting beard. They start really pushing tanks and missiles.
Yeah, he sells you guns, but he feels like a dad.
If I'm Vladimir Putin, I'm like, let's try to make the United States look stupid. Hey, crazy Lord of War, would you like? Here, let's get you some deals. You want to move some missiles into Cuba? Here, move them. Oh, that guy's ready to do business.
He looks effeminate. I wouldn't buy guns from him.
Are you serious?
That dude would.
Look how many of those little guys they've got to hold him down.
That dude looks like he sucks dick well.
Who's that guy in the background with the fucking headphones?
I'm looking at that mustache and thinking he does not ignore the balls.
No, that guy's sold weapons to dangerous people. That guy has murdered probably dozens of people.
He's limp-wristed and chubby.
I don't know. Just in case he's holding a shank. Getting ready to stab whoever. What the fuck is he getting arrested in here?
The next picture is him like shoving a pencil into that guy to the left's eye. I don't know, man. It seems like
it's a bad deal.
Bad guy.
We need like we need like a good sports GM in the room when they're doing that, because like when that was brought up, like, all right, Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death.
Do you think he got to pick that outfit out, Woody? Do you think he went into his prison closet?
Does he have a purse in his hand? What the hell?
No, it looks like I don't know.
I'm going with purse.
Look at his smirk. That's a man who knows he just got, he's part of the best, like a franchise saving trade.
You know what Biden should have done? He should have read The Art of the Deal. That would have saved this whole thing from happening.
This is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. We get a WNBA star, and they get this, folks, not making this up, the Merchant of Death.
He needs to start criticizing this.
Yeah, he's shackled.
He needs to drop the whole election loss thing and just start making about this trade deal.
I mean, this is a terrible trade deal. We should have got at least like, I guarantee we've got dozens of people of ours like arrested and like locked up in Russia. This should have been like a, all right, you give us 10 and we give you one big gold chip guy. I mean, not one for one. Are you kidding me?
It probably has nothing to do with any of this, right? It's probably more like some gesture of goodwill, some like actual exchange, something happening between the countries kind of bullshit. It's probably like 20 billion levels above whatever we're seeing in the
news. He should have given us Brittany Griner and maybe someone who can hit a 3-point shot.
There was a guy, there's apparently a guy who's been in Russia for years who's like an ex-Marine who like didn't even get packaged in. We couldn't have like packaged him in the mix also. Like, come on. This is a horrible 1-for-1 trade. We could have got 2. We could have got 3. We should have called their bluff and said, you know what? We're not trading at all. And then we make them, seethe for a little bit. We want that draft pick. They want the Merchant of Death.
I didn't think they were going to do the trade. I was like,
why wouldn't they? Oh, Russia. No, Russia would, of course. They're getting.
Of course, Russia would. Like it's nothing. I mean, it's kind of mean, but every time I saw a picture of her, she's so tall. And like, she just didn't fit in any of the places that they would have her in. She's always like lurching and her trial, she's in her cell, like with a video with an iPad, like a Russian iPad equivalent outside the fucking cell, and she's like looking at it being like, I'm so regretful, and like some judge on the other end of an iPad in a courtroom is listening to a translator going like, she feel bad she did it. And then they all like laugh together and drink vodka. See, like, look at that little cage she's in. She don't fit in that shit.
She does not fit in that cell.
Yeah, it's a shitty little cage.
See how she's like leaned back like that.
What's in her hand? Is that her foot?
That's another guy
bottle.
Holding the guy's
holding a man's hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, bad trade deal. I bet she's very stoked over it, as well as her family. But everyone else like should be. You got to get more. You got to get more in a trade deal like that. We can't be leaving value on the table here. We got to.
I hope she's like all red, white, and blue and patriotic now that her country did this for her. That the federal government itself moved heaven and earth to bring her home to safety out of a fucking Russian jail, which had to have sucked dick. I can't imagine how much that must have sucked dick. Russian jail, like Russian's lady jail, is probably better than Russian's men jail, especially if you're a big old galoot like her. I doubt anybody was pushing her around in there or anything. But like, come on, that had to suck. It's been like been a year, I think, like almost like 10 months or something. It's been a long time she's been over there. Yeah, I don't know where I am on this because I don't know shit about that guy they're letting go. But it seems to me like that he's committed some crimes. I don't know what his crimes are, but I bet that guy's killed people and like.
Oh yeah, you don't trip into nicknames like that. Like he had to work for years to become the Merchant of Death.
Well, in the movie, he was pretty cool. I liked him in the movie.
As Nick Cage.
No one's going near him again, though. You think someone who's been in U.S. custody for an extended period of time, and like in the community of international arms dealers, is going to be welcomed back? They're like, yeah, there's no way they turned him. There's no way that someone's planted something on him for tracking or monitoring his shit. Like he's totally useless. I don't think he's going to do anything again with his previous life.
You might be right. Yeah. You might be right. I don't know. Yeah. I do not know how the world of international gun running works.
But on the head seems like a weird trade, though. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean,
and weird the priority too, because as you say, there's other, and not that I know anything about this, but even hearing the other people you've thrown out, it's weird that would be the priority. I wonder why.
And also, know what it's a fucking
because of media stuff, and like that's what got the attention.
And like as he's moving heaven and earth to get her out of jail for marijuana, it's still federally illegal here, and his federal government is still locking people up for it and putting them in prison for it. I don't understand.
Yeah. Well,
it seems like there's a huge amount of hypocrisy there.
Didn't they do the DC thing? So wasn't that like where he could basically do it immediately without having to go through the states that he has made that not illegal anymore? Didn't they release a number of people charged for marijuana-related crimes in the DC area?
I don't know about anything about the DC area. I know he did that thing where like maybe he made possession decriminalized or something like that, or like, but it's like that's such a rare charge to have been. It affected very few people, you know. I think I might have been one of them, but I got 2 charges anyway, so it didn't matter. But yeah, it just seems really silly to be. It's federally illegal here. They're locking people up for it, putting them in prison for it. But we will trade the Lord of War to get a lady basketball player out of Russia for doing exactly that. She had a vape cart of fucking weed in Russia in her fucking luggage, and she didn't do. Look, I have flown before, like from one place where it's legal to another where it's not. You check your shit. You don't accidentally fly with one of these. Like,
especially,
oh
you know, I'm going to Russia. I think we talked about it before, but like, if I have to go to Russia for something, I'm buying an entire new suitcase because there will be stuff like carts or gummies that I forget about in another suit. I'm getting a brand new suitcase, taking a tolerance break before, so just in case. Like,
and let's be real. Like you as a white man are going to have less friction on that trip than a gigantic black woman is if we're flying all tatted up, if we're flying to Russia. So already, like, yeah, you kind of stand out here in Russia because you're the
6'10",
tallest black woman in the country now.
In the world, really. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like you're such a like red flag already coming through. Just a notice. It, you know, they talk about driving red sports cars or whatever. Like, you're a red sports car coming right through this airport. Hope you're not smuggling drugs. And she was.
It's a PR fail, though. Like, they just needed a better title for her. She used to be like the goddess of game or something, right? So she can compete with the Lord of War. You know, like this could have been sold better.
Yeah, get her involved in gun running. Just retcon that and make it seem like, yeah, we need this valuable gun runner back. WNBA was the perfect cover. No one knows who she is. She's not in the public eye. That would be fun.
That one struck me really weird.
Yeah, that's a bad trade. We got to get better trades than that. If like moving forward, we need better trades than that. Trump would have got a better trade than that. Art of the deal, folks. We would have got that other Marine. I bet we could have got like, you know how teams sometimes would do like cash. Like, if we got a small amount of cash also, at least for like our ego. So it's like, all right, this plus a $3 million payment. That's a lot for you guys. Like,
how about a first round draft pick on the next spy who gets caught?
Absolutely. 100. Okay. Like, they wouldn't abide by it, but like if they threw in like even future considerations.
Okay.
Something like that.
Maybe some contract.
Brittany Griner plus future considerations for
I don't know what future consideration means.
I don't get it either.
Like, what does that really mean?
I think it's like an under the table thing where it's kind of like, hey, like next time you kind of need something, like if you need a salary dump, if we're in a position to do it, you know, you reach out to the Blues and we'll help.
It may even mean that their contract has a period of liquidity right there, or not liquidity, but of where they could change it. Like maybe that's what it means. It's like, oh, in 3 years we have a period where we can look at your contract and maybe go up on it.
I have no idea. I mean, maybe I'm wrong because all the trades, most of the trades I see in the NHL that I'm like, this is a bad trade, ends up panning out because, believe it or not, these GMs actually know what they're doing. Yeah.
I'm pretty psyched. The fucking the college football championship is all set. I'm very psyched. The fucking University of Georgia is ranked #1 going into this thing.
Nice.
I think we have to play Ohio State, and then Michigan plays TCU, and then the winners of those games face off. If I remember correctly.
Right.
Looked at it last week.
Congratulations. Second year in a row for Georgia. They're going to thrash Ohio State, and then they'll pulverize the winner of the other game, which won't be TCU, apparently. According to my friends who watch football, a lot of them are like, oh, TCU, like they're not really #4 or whatever the fuck.
We've got a huge TCU fan in the audience. He was like, I've got box seats to the game, Kyle. You can come. You come into my box. And I'm like, man, that is incredibly generous offer. That is an incredibly generous offer. But no, thank you. I don't think I could do that. I don't want to go to the game. I just want to watch it. But we've got a lot of fans that are They're having a real meltdown over there. Everybody's they're getting mean. Like I want Georgia to win, but like I don't call anybody in goddamn names. Y'all are getting mean over there.
Well, who's getting mad at Georgia?
Nobody's mad at Georgia, but some of the TCU people are mean. Seemingly, they don't like that they're being disrespected going into this thing. I think, but no, I'm looking forward to it.
Prove people wrong.
It's pretty cool though to see your team do well. I know that you got to feel that a couple years ago when like at that long awaited championship with the Blues.
Yeah, that's great.
Do you have any like memorabilia from the championship year, like anything like that?
Yeah, I have like in my I have like
oh yeah.
No, it's not a lot. I have there's like I don't even know where it is. There's like a champagne bottle around here that's like a Blues win, like labeled champagne bottle, and I've got a little flag that's like Stanley Cup champions in my gym, but that's it. Like, yeah, I have so many memories of like with friends and stuff during that run, like being excited at like the bars we watched at, like just remembering all. It was so much fun. It was the only like professional championship I've ever watched where a team I cared about won, and so that was really neat.
And maybe the first and last for the Blues.
Could be. Damn. I mean, this year it's not going to happen this year. So we'll see. In another 50 years. Long after I'm dead, long after heart disease has taken me, we'll win again, hopefully. But Mizzou is terrible at football.
This is going to be wild if we win 2 in a row. I
bet you will.
College football has a sort of a gravity to it. You know, when Alabama started getting on that roll that they've been on, I don't know, forever, over a decade. The recruitment classes just got better and better, and it seemingly they could go somewhere and say, look, you can come to Alabama and maybe in 2 years you could be our backup quarterback. Can you imagine? Mm-hmm. And like great football players would be like, oh, gee golly, sir, no, I can't. I'd love to.
Okay, like, Mr. Saban. Yeah.
Yeah. They're signing up to like maybe be the backup in 2 or 3 years, you know, and they're so deep with the recruits that they just shit on everybody for so long. And I guess that teams like Clemson, if you're not from Clemson, and Georgia have like slowly gotten the recruitment to the point over the years where they could compete. But I hope we do establish a dynasty. If we win this year, very likely we'll win again in 2 years.
Why?
The win this year would give us an incredible recruitment class next year. You know what I mean? So it just pays dividends forward every time you do well in that market. It's not like baseball where it's like, yeah, they did well last year, which means they probably can't afford this team anymore.
That's why I like it when UNC or Duke lose. Like every once in a blue moon, the UNC in particular will have a really bad season where maybe they even lose more than they win. And it's like, oh, did you just lose to William and Mary? Not a single player on that team even got recruited by UNC. Your fucking 12th man is on a full ride scholarship. Every single person on that team that beat you couldn't get your coach to look at him. And now they just kicked your ass. Good. Fuck you. I like that.
That's always cool. I love the upsets because like what makes those upsets so sweet is like the weird sort of incestuous you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back nature of the bowl system where, and I don't even understand whenever they tell you this on TV, I'm like, y'all are saying this out loud. They'll be like, yeah, Georgia pays Vanderbilt $3 million a year just for the privilege of whooping their ass. And it's like, yeah. Could they just like anybody who's I don't get it. Like,
can you pay to play Vanderbilt 12 times?
Yeah, it's such a scummy system. Like I look, for all the UFC's faults, at some point you're gonna have to fight that wrestler. He's coming for you, whether you like it or not, or if you don't, or if you're on the other end. Some point, that guy who hits like a train is coming for you. Try to grab his knees and see how it goes. He likes that, you know. Yeah. Like you have to face the music. And it's not exactly true with a college football season that you can kind of like dance around. There's 3 games a year, 4 games a year, maybe that matter.
Yeah, for Georgia,
because there's 3 or 4 teams that are on the take. It's just like where do they draw the line? It's like, so let me understand this. You were paid $2 million to come here and play or lose. Which was it? we'd rather not get into that. Like it's sort of like you wouldn't do that in anything else and feel like it felt kosher, felt like it felt right.
Yeah, not very sporting to like
well,
set
it's
up
just
your
weird
own
that
schedule.
money's being exchanged between programs so that, and it's clearly a situation where the reason the money it's being exchanged is because it's a bigger market. Maybe that's how they sell it. Like, hey, you're gonna be at this, you'll be on the big show, but really it's the reason we're the big show is because we push people shit in.
Yeah,
like you're in trouble.
The analogies for like the transport argument stuff, right? Because it's like that same like we don't want people who have unfair competitive advantages playing in our leagues, and then you set up these leagues with these unfair competitive advantages based around money. It's kind of amusing for that same analogy.
Yeah, but everybody's got a dick.
NCAA always gets
but
ripped.
What's the benefit of the dick? The dick is the testosterone and the rest of the body that comes with that, right? Like that's the advantage of it.
Oh,
so he said everyone is a dick, but no one cares, right? Like we're trying to make fair sports, right? Is the goal. So it's funny to see that particular line.
Wait, fair sports is not the goal in college.
No, you want like
a competitive point.
Wants to be like pretend fair sports in college because like players are always going to
look if you want
to draft like the good players want to go to Alabama and Georgia.
If you want to put some girls on the team and have Georgia play them, we'll pay them more than Vanderbilt. I promise you. Like there's where women can make money in sports. You put together an NCAA
WNFL
women's football team. Get one of these like nursing colleges or something. Like send the gals out there. Come on over to Athens, Georgia. Show up early. We will pay you $5 million for the privilege of playing football with us. like it's an even playing field, I promise.
Dude, that's what it feels like to be a fan of the teams. NC State. I think we're ranked 24th right now, which is exciting for us to be ranked at the end of the season. We usually get ranked every year. We don't always finish in the rankings, and it's kind of nice to finish in the rankings. And like Kyle said, winning breeds winning. You know, we're not up there with Georgia, but maybe our recruiting class is better because we're ranked and people see us a little more.
You're on the rise. It
looks like that.
Certainly on the rise. Yeah. Next year.
So when we play like ECU or App State or something, it's like we should beat them. You know, we almost always do. It's a game. When we play Clemson, or if we were to hypothetically play Georgia, it's like, is this safe? Should we be doing this? Are our players going to leave this
young
game?
Men playing with those physically peak specimen adults? Like,
I know. It's a sketchy thing.
Isn't the Georgia quarterback like 25 years old?
No,
something like that.
Stetson Bennett. How old's Stetson Bennett? Google it. He's in the running for the Heisman this year. There's no way he's 25 fucking years old. But even if he were,
Stetson Bennett is 25 years old. He was born October 28th, 1997. He's 25 years old. What the fuck is he doing? just
hang on. Okay, he's in his last year of school. That makes sense. He's like a year older.
He should be 22.
He should be 20. He's taking 18? A victory lap the whole way around again. So
he's in his last year of school, and he got held behind a year.
He's in his second.
And then what about the other 2
years?
Look, I didn't know the man was 25 years old. But I have no problem.
Call him sir.
How does that compare with? I wonder how that compares with like other college. Like I don't know if that's the norm or not. I didn't know that. That's cool though.
25 years old. That's hilarious.
I mean, if he comes out with a doctorate, though, you know, it wouldn't be so so weird.
He started college in 2017.
Are graduate students allowed to play on these teams? Aren't these undergrad? Oh, they are. Okay, I just didn't know. I guess.
Oh, yeah,
he started college in 2017.
Okay.
So already late. At 20, he started college.
I mean, that's not even that bad.
But I mean, like
it's
he's 25 now. I saw this the quarterback. I saw this just last night. The quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens, I think Lamar Jackson is his name. He and Stetson Bennett are the same age. They both won the Heisman. Lamar Jackson's been in the NFL for 6 years. And so, like, he's 5 years, same age as Stetson Bennett, who's just, I guess, running the table on people in Georgia. But is that like a Tebow situation? Like, he must still be in the NCAA because he's not good enough to be like a pro quarterback, right?
My theory is you get more pussy as the quarterback in Georgia than you do as the quarterback of like the Ravens or whoever.
So Stetson Bennett wasn't the only quarter. So what they do is they've always got like one or two hot shot quarterbacks. He's just the best one right now, as far as I know. He wasn't getting all playing time last year. Like as good as he. That's what I was talking about with his recruitment classes and how
he's
you
only
got like
24. He's a grown man.
I'm a little out of my depth here, but I think the reason that he's so old and now he's in his last year, I'm sure about to win another championship maybe, is because of that system I talked about where, yeah, in 2 years you'll be the backup. Well, I'm the third best guy in the country. Exactly. I think that was a situation because he was sharing duties last year. You know, he wasn't the only quarterback last year, and he certainly wasn't the year before. You know what I mean?
You know, it would be fun, like if he got interviewed, like they're like, "So why are you just pretending to not pass your classes to continue to stay at Georgia?" And
he's just
like,
flunking.
I don't understand the question. I play football. It's just that's what he does.
I wonder what his academic situation is. Having been in school since 2017, like is he finished an undergrad? Is he working on his third major?
Let's see what he's up to.
Well, if I were him, I would definitely not be focusing on that. I'd be getting a lot of electives under my belt or whatever you can do and still graduate, and stay academically viable, whatever they call it, because he's going to get paid a lot of money in the NFL. And then
good for him.
Then he can do whatever he wants forever if he's likable enough. That's the thing. If you can be like a sports, it used to be
like a
that,
commentator kind of thing.
Yes. It used to seemingly, it used to be that you had a couple years in X sport, few more in Y sport, and a whole bunch in Z sport. But and then it was over. But now it seems like you can really retire, and if you've got a personality and your brain is mostly intact, you can go into commentating and make more money than you ever did. Like that money that those guys on TNT are making, like Shaq and Charles Barkley and that crew, is insanity money. They're getting hundreds of millions of dollars. All of them are like verging billionaires almost.
Yeah. Those guys are goofing around.
Yeah.
Like I don't know anything about the NFL or the NBA rather, but like when I see like the clip of like Shaq and Charles Barkley like on Twitter or whatever, and they're like futzing around joking, like they're very, very very
Did you see him send Shaq through the Christmas tree?
I did. That I just saw.
Holy shit! He launched Shaq. Like Shaq is so big that you forget that they're all giants. That Charles Barkley could kill you and not really even try that hard. Like when I bet if Charles Barkley put his hand on your face and mushed you into a wall, it would be like in a horror. Be like in that horror. There's a Jason movie where he just pushes someone's head through a trailer wall, and it like the face makes the indent comically on the outside. It'd be like that. I bet he's got a hand bigger than a fucking frying pan, and he's still smaller than Shaq. But he sent his ass reeling through that tree. That was pretty funny.
I like the only reason I watch the NBA to understand it, to get the jokes.
Shaq lost the bet. He had to grow in his hairline. And of course he squared it up to make it look as good as he's like, so yeah, this is my hairline. It's right here. It's like all the way the fuck back here. And you know what? I don't even give a damn. I'm gonna wear it like this all week. And he did. They're funny.
That's a pretty good Shaq.
Shaq is one of those guys.
Shaq's not hard to do.
Like universally loved. I don't know. Does anybody? I mean, I bet there are people who like played in the NBA against him, or like other commentators who don't like him, because like I'm sure in that world there's always someone. But as far as general population,
I've never
heard a bad.
Have you heard about his shoes?
Shaq. I know that he makes like cheap shoes.
Can I tell the shoe story? Shaq, this lady comes up to Shaq. She's mad at him, black lady. She's yelling at him. At first he thinks she's a fan, and then he's taken back because she's mad at him. She's like, y'all make him damn shoes. So expensive. These babies are out here killing each other over them. They're killing each other with shoes. And these single mamas can't afford to buy them shoes anyway, even to keep the children alive. You're killing her. You're killing your people and profiting off it. You're already a millionaire. And he said, I felt so bad. I went in my pocket and I come up with all the money I had. I tried to give it to her, like $5,000. She slapped it out of my hand. Said, you know what, you're right. I'm going to do something about this. I went, whoever it was, Reebok, Nike, whoever it was. I said, all our contracts, I'm going to keep up my end, but we done after this. That's all done. And I went and I made my own shoe and I made them $25. And now everybody can wear a pair of Shaqs. And ain't nobody got to die over no Shaqs or like whatever. And it was like a real sweet story of like him explaining that like he realized that she was right, that he was profiteering off of, these $150 sneakers. I looked at what a pair of Air Force Ones cost last night. And then the ones I wanted were like $275
for sneakers. That's
who makes those Air Force Ones? Is that a Jordan or?
Those are Nikes.
I don't know.
Okay.
Y'all don't know what Air Force Ones are?
No,
I
I didn't know what.
there was
Brand, I didn't know if it was Nike or what.
There's a goddamn song about them.
Yeah, from Nelly. I know Nelly. He's from here. He's one of our few St. Louis celebrities.
You know how I go.
Him, John Hamm, the late Pam from The Office. All the hits.
Wait,
Pam from The
what?
Office.
She's not dead.
No, I was joking about St. Louis celebrities, like the weird few that we have. Pam from The Office.
It's just you added the late.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to say late. She is not dead. She's very much alive.
That's good. I like that lady.
Not working a lot anymore.
Over the years, I've begun to agree with the internet that Pam is a real shitty human being. That she's
she is.
She's real bad. So like, just to lay it out, because I think everybody's an Office fan now. It seems like, but she's shitty. Jim supports her every step of the way, whether it's art school or her futzing around with her career, when she defrauds the company and makes up a position and then just lies about it and then collects a salary that she makes up. He supports her through all of that. And then when he steps out a little bit of what her comfort zone is and tries to do something for them, so for the family, to try to expand a business, she's crying and trying to thinking about and in the arms of another man crying. Essentially. So I've always thought that Jim should have divorced her and took the custody of those kids and let her run away with that bearded boom operator. See if he can get back to New York and scare Karen up, because Karen's in Utica or wherever. Karen's got her career together. They go to Philly together. They're a real power couple, and they could. Pam probably ends up on the drink. On
the drink.
Who was Pam's original fiance?
Roy.
What's his name? Do you remember?
Roy, a real
Do you remember
winner.
how Roy started thriving as soon as he got rid of Pam?
Rocket ship. Got his own gravel business. All right. Dude's getting fit. Got a beautiful wife. He's playing the piano. He's fucking serenading her. Yeah. He's like, baby, you know how I was taking. He's like, at their wedding. He's like, baby, you know how I said I was taking boxing lessons for the last 6 months? Actually, I was doing this. You are beautiful in so many ways. And it's like he can sing too. And there's a part where as Pam is hogging down her third slice of cake, fat face, Jim is like, he plays piano? And she's like, no. And then he goes, fucking nailing it over there. Yeah, Pam was a fucking anchor of a human being. She wasn't attractive past season 2. And Jim passed up so many opportunities, whether it was career opportunities, love opportunities, life opportunities, for her.
Karen, who was hotter. Karen was actually nicer too.
Karen, who's got a degree. Karen, who has a career. Karen, who I don't know, doesn't dress like a librarian. I don't know. I liked Karen a lot. Karen was awesome. She was funny. She was quirky. She cracked jokes with Jim. Remember when she was singing at the wedding? She had spunk. I like Karen. Fuck Pam.
Yeah, she's not a good character. I totally forgot how much Roy changed and went from the basement box packing guy to success.
Yeah,
so true. True. Pam does suck.
Roy's brother's a real scumbag piece of shit, though. he seemed awful. I mean, even at the wedding, Roy's trying to downplay a success, and he's like, "You don't need me to talk to this shirt. Man's got a $90,000 sports car." it's like everybody wants a hype man like that, I suppose. But man, it came off as shitty.
I don't have the encyclopedic knowledge of The Office like you. I have watched it through probably twice fully. Every time Michael leaves, I kind of drift out and stop, because it's this just kind of as soon as Andy makes his seasons, when Andy makes his first appearance on screen is the beginning of the end of The Office.
Oh, you're so wrong. No,
yeah, Andy is
the end
of the attempt to be quirky of Dwight, but it's totally inorganic, and they realized that they had to keep harping that same note to keep the vibe going. And so the beginning of Dwight is wow, a goofy goober who's befuddled by social situations he's not ready for. And by the end, it's we're gonna burn his house down as a prank. It gets so crazy. And Andy is actually a retarded person.
So Andy gets they retool Andy's character after his first season, which is season 3, I think. He's the violent, rage-filled guy who can't take Jim's jokes, who doesn't have a sense of humor. He's the guy who's like has a personality disorder, and that wasn't going to work. He punches the wall when he finally gets there, and they send him to anger management, and when he comes back, they completely retool that character, and they do it a second time later on when they make him the boss. But I love The Office. I've seen it so many times. I'd like to do Office trivia some night if I could find a place that does that shit, because it's fun. Every time
there's a ton of it. Yeah, you can find that.
Yeah. I think like there's in The Office iceberg, I can go pretty deep. I can't go down to the bottom. Like there's some crazy shit down at the bottom. I don't know Jim's brothers' names. I always use that as my thing. Fuck, I don't know Jim's brothers' names. Why haven't I memorized his fucking? Wait. No, I can't do it. I thought I did it for a second.
Well, you got to study up. You got to bone up on your Office knowledge before your next trivia night.
I just don't have the time.
You just don't have
Best joke on the show so far.
Dude, I love that. Like, do that sincerely sometime. Like, if when someone asks you to do something, be like, I would if I had the time. Yeah, pencil that in for next Wednesday.
Remember Jim's brothers' names.
Yeah,
that's his house to
remember
do.
Jim's brothers' names. You have like a Tuesday the 5th morning shit. Like the teeth brushed. Like you just go through Xing out things like that.
I got my notes here. Keep track of
Yeah,
things.
your facts, your figures, your theories.
Yeah, well, like I'll think of something funny, like being hoisted by your own retard. I loved that little turn of a phrase, and so I've got to write it down so I don't forget it, because I will. The other thing I want to talk about, of course, was Drag Queen Story Hour. If y'all don't know what Drag Queen Story Hour is, give us the story. So
the story hour.
So it started out, the way I found out about Drag Queen Story Hour was I wanted to I guess prove my assumptions right. So I started Googling in a way that would lead me to the results I wanted, knowing that I was doing so, but at the same time realizing that then I'd planning to double back fact check and see if I was just able to figure out the way things are in the world. So there's this terrorist attack that happened in North Carolina, these domestic terrorists shooting these power transformers, putting a lot of power out, putting lives at risk, domestic terrorists.
Somebody died.
Someone died as a result of it. I read.
Oh fuck.
However it happened, and so I heard that there was also some people that were upset about some drag shows or something like that, and I thought that was weird because I don't know anybody who cares about drag shows. I remember that old movie with Wesley Snipes and a couple other guys, and it's called Birdcage or something, and they're straight man drag queens, and it's a comedy, and I remember my dad watching that era, and we all had a hoot, and nobody thought that drag queens were queers or bad or something that was gross or anything. We thought it was I don't know, some kind of vaudeville, comedy skit bit kind of thing. I don't know, something like that. And it cut from that cloth. But I kept digging, and I found the Story Hour, and I wanted to connect those two things. I'm not sure if I can though, because it does seem like those militia groups were marching in a place where it was going to be an adult drag show that night. And that's what the one group was marching about. When I saw the people
a show for adults, you mean, right?
Yeah, a legitimate one.
Yeah.
Like that, nobody here gives a fuck about. Does it even ask if we're for it is stupid. The real question is, do you even give a fuck? And the answer is no. Let them go dress in dresses and put on a show any time of night they want.
Everybody needs hobbies.
But drag queen
if you're
story
reading
hour
to
is something very
children,
different.
then there are people who are upset about that. There should be nobody upset about adults doing a show at 11 p.m. at night, which I guessed at. That's for grown-ups. It's not a
So while I do want to draw the line though between Drag Queen Story Hour and things like it and the shooting, because I think that's what's happened, because I think that what's been done to the kinds of people who might do something like that is they've been told that all of these drag shows have something to do with some QAnon child molesting Drag Queen Story Hour people. Zach, could you just Google search drag queen story hour images and then just show the whole page? Look at it first to make sure there's no like gamer words or actual nudity. On Google search, if you got safe search on, there shouldn't be. On mine, there's certainly not. I'm looking at it now. But it is fucking wild what Drag Queen Story Hour looks like. It's a program where drag queens go and read to very small children in schools and libraries. And it has several times been infiltrated by pedophiles and child pornographers. And like you'll find stories that like debunk stories that say what I just said, but then you'll find more stories that are like sometimes what they've done is there was one guy who was a pedophile, but his organization was his own organization. And while he did fund the Drag Queen Story Hour, he wasn't a member per se. And they really want to let you know that if you start Googling about pedophiles and Drag Queen Story Hour, because it's important to him that his organization, which was called like the Cream Tower or something like that, that they're the ones who were just funded. They were just donating money to the Drag Queen Power Hour, Story Time Hour. He wasn't actually a member. He was one of the child porn cases. But then I saw in Texas there was an actual child molester who was reading at the. It just seems like a bad idea. I don't want my kid. My hypothetical fake kid being read to by the drag queens. Why?
It also seems like none of your business, and I'll say why. I'm looking at those kids. They look like they were 2.5 years old. They didn't get there by accident. They didn't get there by themselves. They weren't at schools. These were, as far as I can tell, at like events that parents took their kids to see this story time performance.
If that's true, I don't care.
If I'm right, yeah, that maybe I projected a truth on it that makes it a little more okay. If they're going to your kid's school and reading to the kids, then I'm like, no. I
think that's the case.
This should be opt-in. This should be opt-in, right? Parents should choose to take their kids to this thing. And then a situation like that, like I saw kids sitting on parents' laps in those pictures, then that's just whatever. Families doing it their way. And I'm kind of a, small government.
It's a big
guy.
Organization all the way across the country, though. So I guarantee they're in schools at some point. I guarantee, because that's what I would have an issue with. Is like, guess what happened today? A lady with a beard read me a story about dicks. Wait, what? Oh no!
The whole story about dicks, start to finish.
Now I'm gonna be a dog boy. What? It's drag queen story time. Shit.
Now that's a fake beard.
No, it's not.
You can tell. Look at the line.
Don't be hating on that man's geometry.
He just squared up. That's racist, Taylor.
This is a fake fucking beard. I know. I've been to costume stores.
It looks like Khabib.
Taylor's
Come on, that's a real beard.
Just the least offensive thing we've ever said. That's a fake beard. And
this is like Al Capone and fucking tax evasion is what we just heard.
Yeah. They're gonna get me Capone style for that one. Technicality.
Man. I do. If they're coming to the kids, then I can see why people would be upset about that. If the parents are taking their kids there, then maybe you should just mind your own business. Not you, but like whoever's upset.
Yeah. My theory, though, about the shooting is that it's someone who has that their belief is that children are being targeted by drag queens, and they're hearing about these drag queens in their area, and they're doing this because of that. That's my theory, that they think that all of the drag queen shows are perhaps, I don't know, QAnon child molesters who read stories to children. And some of those gentlemen really were upsetting to look at them. Be honest, I would have a hard time paying attention to the story. I think that's my complaint.
I thought the arms dealer was sexier than the drag queens, but maybe that's just my preference. That mustache.
You're really obsessed with that man's mustache. I mean,
dude blows.
But it's not supposed to be sexualized, any of this, right? Like, I know it's the first time I'm hearing about this, but I'll
sexualize any arms dealer I want to, and you can't stop
Woody.
me.
I'm talking about the topic we're talking about. You do what you want with your sexuality, man. I'm not trying to police that shit. Right? So these books aren't sexual in topic, right?
No, they're probably reading fucking Mein Kampf or Animal Farm.
They're listening to Yee. Is what you're saying?
They're indoctrinating them, I'm sure. No, I bet they're reading fucking Charlotte's Web and shit. I don't know. I really didn't look into it. I just saw like children being read to by men in dresses, and I suppose that was a funny image.
Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't seem. I kind of like Woody's take on that. It doesn't seem like much of a problem to me if parents are going, this is safe for my kid, and I'm happy to have them exposed to some alternate types of people. Sure.
Yeah, as long as they're child beauty pageants, then I got no problem with, like, you know, if you want to sign your kids up for this reading hour as well. That's that's one of the worst things.
Kyle, the important thing is to protect the child beauty pageants.
God bless America. It's one of our traditions. We do it. No one else on the planet does child beauty pageants. Only
it's weird as fuck.
They've got ugly children, probably.
Well, they do, but at the end of them, they sell the children to men. You know, those are the only other child beauty pageants in the world. It's real gross and disgusting. Like I would have thought the Jean-Benet Ramsey thing would have killed that whole thing. It would have just been like, oh my god, of course no one does that anymore. Don't you remember that one little girl?
Maybe did it explode off of the back of that? I like to think it did.
That'd be gross if it did. That'd be so gross to find out.
Phrasing, Woody.
That what did explode off the back of Jean-Benet Ramsey?
Is that what I said? I don't know. I like it though.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. But like, I always wonder about like where's the money when I see something like that, because you know sponsorship dollars kind of run everything. Like if it's not profitable, it doesn't get any play. How do those things get put on? Like who are the
Are we on the drag show or the child pageant?
Tonight's Little Beauties brought to you by Vaseline. Or like who's bringing you
Sponsored
this night
by
of Little
Astroglide.
Beauties? Yeah. Like who is it? Like by Jimmy John's attorney at law. She didn't tell your age. That's our motto, or like whatever the fuck. Like is it like child? Where's the money at in these things? Like how does it get put on? How are there enough parents? Because clearly parents are like wanting their kids to win the thing. Why? For a little crown and like a sash? It's gotta be a cash prize.
Like $200 to get in, and you know the winner takes the loser's money.
God, that'd be wild if you were making them pay. Speaking of making them pay, all right. Do you know about the whole Paddy Pimblett, Ariel Helwani drama?
I know most of it. I haven't seen Ariel's response because it was an hour and 15 minutes long.
I can tell it real fast. So there's a MMA journalist named Ariel Helwani who's on the outs with the UFC, most of all with Dana White. He's been excluded and cut out as many times as Dana White can, but he can't kill him because he's a very popular guy in the industry. Dana White goes on Paddy Pimblett, who is a new and upcoming Stars podcast. The Boss goes on a Junior Fighters podcast, and they shit all over Ariel Helwani, and they say some just lots of insults and things, but moreover, like the Paddy's complaint, this very popular young fighter, was that Ariel doesn't pay people that he interviews, and that he's making money off of fighters via his interviews and his platform and his YouTube channel, and they're making him out to be this guy who's just predatory. And then, of course, Ariel Helwani goes on his show today, and for an hour and a half, he destroys them. For an hour and a half, he destroys them. He's got text messages and voice memos and evidence, and he's got this. He goes step by step, playing everything they said, and like taking the high road anytime they call him a scummy cocksucker. I mean, like, we're not gonna deal with that. And then, but then, like, he wants step by step showing how that everything they said was kind of silly or a lie, and like setting up the timing. Basically, Paddy goes to Ariel. This is months back. The timeline is this. Paddy goes to Ariel and says, "Hey, could we set up an interview?" Ariel says, "Yeah, we could absolutely do that. Let's set it up." And Paddy's like, "All right, talk to my manager, Mark. He'll get things set up." Mark says, "Hey, we'd like you to get a budget together for this interview. You know, we get paid for our time, and a lot of people are doing that now." And Ariel's like, "I don't do that. I don't pay people for interviews. I've never paid for an interview. Sorry, that's not a thing that I do." And so they get into this whole back and forth where Paddy's guy's like offended, and Ariel's like, "Look, Conor McGregor doesn't get paid for interviews. Like, do you think Joe Rogan pays his guests? Do you think, you know, any number of people, Larry King pays his guests? No, these people come on because it's media. That's what we're doing here." And basically Paddy was made to look a fool, and his Instagram is just him really being shit on. It's been interesting because he's a real fan favorite, but not today. And he's got a big fight coming up this weekend. It's one of those. He's a guy who's trying to rise up the rankings. He's incredibly popular with the fans, but but every fight seemingly is a bit of a bigger test for him. And you know, everybody's like, oh, can he be champion? It's like he hasn't done anything. He hasn't beaten anyone really of note. And it's funny that he's shitting all over Ariel because he was the guy when it was revealed that Paddy makes $12,000 to show and $12,000 to win. He was the one to be like, that's horse shit. He just filled an arena. Like he just filled an arena. He just sold pay-per-view, and you're paying him $24,000. Like that's,
Paddy the Baddy's a very popular fighter. Kyle knows this, and but he's on the starter contract, which is like what 12 to show and 12 to win, something like that, and which is pretty low pay for a UFC fighter. For most professional athletes, that's pretty low.
Yeah.
And so after two fights, he's still on that stupid contract, but he's as popular as the top guys. But he hasn't beaten anybody good. I can't name a person Paddy's beaten, but I can tell you they sing his song when he walks into the octagon. And I can tell you every time he talks, I listen. I don't know what it is about him, but he has it. So I'm captivated by him. I'm captivated by the fact that this guy fights at maybe 155. I think that's right, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
And balloons to like 205 between fights. He gains 50 fucking pounds. He's unrecognizable. He's one of those people that puts on fat in his face really easily, and he looks like a different human. He looks like a caricature of Fight Night Paddy the Baddy. Like someone photoshopped him and tried to make.
They call him Paddy the Fatty.
Yeah, and he's like, you guys body shamed me. You said I could never make weight. I don't know. It works for him. John Jones used to do that too. He'd get really out of shape.
Nobody like Paddy. Nobody does it like Paddy. And he didn't do it this time, to be fair.
I love his hair.
Look at the cheek, so like the sunken in cheeks on the right and the swollen ones on the left. Like it, and that's not even his fattest picture. But
no, he gets so big, dude. Like he gets disgusting. He's the man. He can fucking do it. And look, we talk about it here so many times. It's calories in and calories the fuck out. Cool. And when you're a professional athlete like that, like you can just do it.
I think there's a finite number of times you can go up and down like that.
It's not great for you.
Yeah.
And moreover, like I've heard Christian make this point, like the UFC, like in particular, no other sport is like this. Yeah, right. If you stay in shape and you stay fight ready, even if you don't have a fight this weekend, if you're there in town, they can call you up. It's one of those things where like people get cut and bumped and bruised and sprained. I can't fight tonight. And if you're there and you can make the weight and you're a name like he is, you can just jump in. They'll be like, all right, fuck. You can make weight? Yeah. By tomorrow? Absolutely. By right now, if you want. And like those guys can step in and make tens of millions of dollars. It's why it's Conor McGregor would always say yes. Whenever they were like somebody got hurt and they were going to be a different opponent or whatever, it's like, look, we're putting the fight on too. We've sold this shit. Like we're doing it. Like he didn't cancel. Has Conor ever like pulled out or been the guy who like caused one not to go off? Khabib has. All of your favorite fighters more or less have. Like I
can't think of a time Conor didn't do it. I can tell you Conor has showed up injured and fought. Yeah,
and won and lost. Yeah,
yeah. I think he was going to fight Cole Miller, a fighter I like a lot. He's probably retired now, and the guy's thumb was hurt. Now he's a grappler, so that's a big deal to him. But his thumb's hurt. He's like, I'm pulling out. I can't fight with this bad thumb. And Conor's like, a thumb? You don't need a thumb to fight.
What else does he say?
He just says "tum" a lot. I
want to get good at doing Woody doing impressions. Oh, it's a Tom. Oh, Tom. And if it had gone a little more, it would have got the ear. Woody always approaches like South Park style Mexican. It's fun. Yeah, this guy Paddy the Baddy seems awesome. Paddy Pimblett,
a fan favorite.
Good for him. 19-3, but you're saying like these only his most recent 3 are actually in the UFC.
Yeah, it's shocking when you see him come into the stadium. When Woody says they sing his song, his song is like, "Oh, Paddy the Baddy." They're like chanting his name. They're singing his name as he comes in and having a goddamn meltdown. And a ton of them have that same stupid fucking haircut as him.
Really?
Yeah.
Leader.
Like, watch Saturday night on the TV coverage when he walks out. There's gonna be like a handful of guys out there with that same fucking haircut, and it's blonde. It's blonde. Mine's about the same as his right now. I haven't had a haircut in like 4 months or something. Mine, I pulled mine down. It's about like his, but that blonde.
Oh. I thought you were saying your hair is just as blonde, and I'm like, let him.
Oh no,
it looks. I knew that Paddy the Baddy had like some connection with Dave Portnoy, like the Barstool Sports
the BT
owner.
Sports stuff. Yeah.
It looks like they signed him to a 7-figure deal. Barstool did. So like, he's doing good now, seemingly. Like
Superman does good
because of the publicity he got off the back of Ariel Helwani.
But I mean, this is show business, right? Like the fighting matters in the UFC to some degree, but so does the persona and the publicity around it and the fan engagement and everything.
Oh yeah. We have no problem with him making money. Yeah.
I always tell my wife, like, for a guy to be successful in the UFC, he needs to do two things. He needs to fight well, and he needs to be good on the mic. And for a girl to be successful, she needs to fight well, and she needs to be pretty. That's that's how you do it.
Well, not just successful. Like, if you want to be superstar, like you could be successful and be an ugly motherfucker, or whatever. But like to be a superstar, like I mean, look at the mold. It's already there. Look at Ronda Rousey, someone who comes out. Her style didn't matter. She was pretty, and she got that shit over in 30 seconds, and she had a mystique. Her style was boring as shit. Her style was judo. For those who don't know, she grabs you by the arm, slings you to the floor, and puts you in an arm bar, and you tap out. Like, so many of her fights are like a minute, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes against people who don't have any jujitsu. It's she's running through them. But that was the weight class at the time. There weren't a lot of girls with jujitsu. There weren't a lot of girls who could stand and bang and like had good boxing. And she just ran through them, and she was really pretty. And she's pretty good on the microphone too. I watched her Howard Stern interview, and I thought, wow, she's okay, good. She's representing herself in the sport well. Because whenever you see MMA has gotten huge in the last 2 or 3 years, especially with the pandemic. The pandemic was amazing for it. But man, I feel 7 years ago, I can remember people talking shit on the growth numbers and stuff. And like Dana was having to defend his numbers, and he'd be like, yeah, but maybe last week didn't go so well, but look at this number. It was kind of like that. It wasn't like it was in decline, but it wasn't gangbusters. But since that buyout deal and all that stuff, it's been huge. To me, in my world anyway, maybe all my algorithms just feed me UFC, but seems to me in my little world that the UFC is a big deal.
Yeah,
it's doing well.
It definitely is. So before we jump to the next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew. Everybody, Blue Chew. As we head into the holiday season, it's time to give yourself and your loved ones the gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving, which is today's sponsor, Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Get that extra confidence with the help of Blue Chew. Don't let that Christmas tree be the only wood in your house, standing loud and proud this holiday season. They mean your dick as well. Now you can go try Blue Chew for free. When you use our promo code PKA at checkout, just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. It's 3 pills, I believe. Blue Chew are the perfect stocking stuffer to make you your best stocking stuffer. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast with their dick pills. So check it out, code PKA. BlueChew.com. Get that first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Get a nice hard penis. This episode of
Does
PKA.
Your penis point forward when it's hard? Make it point up. Take it to the next
Just
level.
Straight up, an unfuckable amount of up. Yeah, just you can't
Yeah,
even-
you can
it's
pick your
so
own
hard,
nose
it's
with it.
unusable. So yeah, no, get yourself a hard dick if you're interested in that. Code PKA. This episode also brought to you by Wonky Weeds and Minnabis. Wonky Weeds and Minnabis. The super strong Death by Gummy Bears, not yet available again yet, so we'll let you know. You'll hear it here first, folks. So we've got Minnabis. Minnabis is a legal limits Delta 9 company who provides high quality infused Delta 9 gummies at an incredible price. These gummies are great for first-time THC enjoyers and experienced THC pioneers. With 50 milligrams of Delta 9 per jar, these gummies are not only delicious, but accurately dosed. With 5 unique flavors to choose from, Minnabis has a great flavor for anyone and any of your preferences. With code PKA25, listeners can get 25% off their order at Minnabis.com. That's right, 25% off your order at Minnabis.com starting now. PKA20 is the code for 20% off at Wonky Weeds, so check that out. Wonky Weeds, you can still get yourself all those products over there. 20% off PKA20. Minnabis, 25% off. Wonky Weeds and Death by Gummy Bears will be back up on the web. Some of the Wonky Weeds stuff, I guess they don't have available. A lot of people have been buying it. So all of that will be fully back up soon. But for now, check out Minnabis.com, PKA25 for 25% off, and WonkyWeeds.com. I checked earlier. It seems like they have pretty much everything on Wonky Weeds back up. PKA20 for Wonky Weeds. Check that out. Minnabis is Delta 9, so that is a bit stronger than Delta 8, but these are 5 milligram individual pieces. So if you're like trying edibles for the first time, or you're someone who like is normal and doesn't want to get absolutely shithoused on like, you know, a ridiculous amount of edibles, these are actually like what I'd recommend to someone like giving it a go. It's stronger than Delta 8, but it's still 5 milligrams, so it's like it's not gonna fuck you up or anything like that. You can even cut it, try half. Get a nice relaxing feeling. So check it out, Minnabis.com, code PKA25 for 25% off there. WonkyWeeds.com, code PKA20 for 20% off there. And we'll let you know as soon as those put you on your ass 100 milligram gummies are back, because unsurprisingly, I think those are like the second most popular thing our listeners are ordering. I think the most popular by far are the Wonky Weeds like cartridges, like the HHC, the THCO, the Delta 8. And like I smoked the THCO again. Like I hadn't used that in a while. I just been using the HHC. I'm not convinced the HHC is really any stronger than the THCO. I got high as shit off of that. Maybe you're right. I can tell they're both way stronger than the Delta 8. Like you need a lot of the Delta 8 to get you high. But yeah, THCO is pretty fucking strong. So check them out. Also, of course, Lock and Load, the premium cum pill that will help you to bust like a man. Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz. And of course, some people don't know this still. You can get anything at Derek's site with our code. 10% off anything you want over there. The protein, the pre-workouts.
The man who
pills.
unmasked the Liver King.
The man who unmasked the Liver King. The most surprising unmasking of all time.
Do you know about the Liver King, Filthy? You know the whole thing?
I don't know the whole thing. I just saw that recently that came out. Anyway,
that was Derek. That was our guy Derek. He is the one who like came up with who like caught him, and he was on the Joe Rogan show again the other day. Like they were going over like the evidence and everything, and riffing on how much that guy spends on peds every month. When I first saw the list, or I saw the number of like 11 or 12K a month, I was like, y'all don't know how this works. Let me look. And it was like, oh my God. It was doing so much. It's because it's I think it's because it's pharmaceutical grade human growth hormone, and that shit is really, really expensive. And he's doing so much of it. And it's one of those things where like, I thought that stuff had diminishing returns. That's what I've always read and been told, that I think people take, like bodybuilders even, I think they take like a couple of IUs. IUs are, I don't know. International units. Just a little bitty, do I have a syringe? It's a tiny amount. I got a syringe somewhere. No, I cleaned them all up because it was looking kind of sketchy to have syringes on my desk.
He used to be using his testosterone with his heroin, and he's getting
I inject in this chair because it's like, I don't know, it's the nicest chair I own, I think, for one thing. It's like $650. It's not a Herman Miller, but I love it. And I've got like my bottles here. It's nice to have a table in front of you. Anyway, I inject here, so there's often syringes. And 12 is so, and I use a tiny amount, but like 12 a day of that strikes me as like, it'd be like somebody saying they're doing like 3 or 4 grams of testosterone a week or something.
You said use a tiny amount. Do you use HGH?
No. I didn't say I use a tiny amount. I was just like, that's what's like protocol. Like whenever if you go to like our steroids, right? There's a subreddit for steroids. There's a bunch of them. There's another one for I go to a lot of the fitness steroid subreddits. Anyway, you'll see guys with their protocol like I take this much, this, that, and the other, and like the mix that they take, a little cocktail or whatever. I've never seen anybody that takes that much.
Could he be an innovator? Like everyone else is like, there's no point in taking that
much.
No, keep going. He's like pushing the limit to this.
Well, look, he does have a very particular look to him.
He's a very muscular guy, right? Pretty ripped guy.
It's not just it's about his abdominals, and like the way they pop to me are his like biggest, craziest trait. And I've heard people say, and Derek and Joe Rogan were talking about this. They were saying like, has there been a little like lipo around the muscle to make it pop? Is there something behind the muscle? Like we talk about implants, and there's the goofy looking implants like Bruce Buffett has, the announcer for the UFC. He has fake abs. And it's like you took a Ninja Turtle costume and stuck it under his skin. It looks weird. But
are they fake abs or are they selective liposuction? That's what I thought it was. But
I was told, when I guess maybe I just whenever Joe told us about the fake abs, I thought implants was what we were talking about. I guess it's possible he did something different, but I always thought it was implants. I know there are implants regardless, but maybe he's got something like behind the muscle, because like with breast implants, sometimes if they're not in there, right, if they're not like behind the muscle, like they're not as, they don't look as real. Like maybe that's what's going on. Maybe he's hiding that there's something fake behind the muscle. He's doing so much though. It was interesting to see those emails. He had this whole plan, right, for his trajectory in social media and the career that he could make from this, all the while dragging his family along with the 9 tenets of like, I don't know, masculinity or whatever. They're eating ground beef at the table, and the kids are walking around dragging 45-pound plates with dumbbells in their hands. And it's like, oh my God, like it looked like he was raising a master race over there, because he's got like 4 or 5 kids, and all of them have different size, like dumbbell, kettlebells, and all of them have different. Like he's got a rucksack on. Have you seen people?
This makes total sense though. You do this with dogs, right? Like you have 2 little dogs that have a ton of energy. You run them around, they can fall asleep. This means the same deal. 5 kids, attach a weight to each
parenting.
Exactly.
Makes a good idea.
Yeah, I think I don't get it. I don't. Apparently, he's a 100 millionaire or something. He's made tens of millions of the Liver King, like this thing, like his products and everything.
I've also heard that. Sometimes people in the public eye exaggerate how much money they have because it makes them a bigger deal. Yeah, 100 million's a lot.
All right. So has his empire fallen down from this? Empire. Has all of his views like stopped? Is this a whole lifestyle he was selling and it's all a bunch of bullshit? Or is this like no one really cared how he got there? They're mostly interested in watching this weird rip guy eat raw meat. Like what's the
I don't know.
I bet it's a mix. Yeah, because he's definitely popular because of the novelty of like, a shredded guy in like a weird like headdress made out of like animal fur, and he's eating a raw piece of liver.
Can we get a picture of Liver King, Zach? So an interesting. This guy doesn't seem to own a shirt. Now I didn't want to bias Zach, but I'm sure the picture he finds will be shirtless unless he fucks with me. I've never seen this guy with a shirt on. And there are other YouTubers that tried to debunk him, like they were trying to prove that he had fake abs. And they told him to relax his abs, and he couldn't. He said that he found that shirt. Okay, Zach.
That's the most shirt he's ever had on. Wait, that's like what they give you, like, when you go to prom for like underwear.
Like, this guy can't relax his abs. He was sitting there in a chair in like the kind of the slouched over position I'm in right now, and he still had abs, and he couldn't not have abs. And it's like, these are fake. They're so fucking fake. That's not just exercise and diet.
Yeah, that to me is weird. What you like I use that when I tell people the story of the Liver King. I talk about what you just explained to me about how like his abs just are there all the time.
He says he sleeps with them tensed. He trains in his sleep, his ab workout.
It's retarded.
With his shoes off. That's the key.
I'll say, I mean, I will say that like there have been times when I'm like, purposefully tensing and focusing on keeping them tense for long periods of time if I'm working out or doing things. I'm not sleeping like that. Like I'm doing the equivalent of a plank or something.
Look at his turtle shell.
So I have heard, and the thing that everybody will rip on HGH about is like making your organs enlarge, and then that pushes the your stomach out and gives you that HGH gut they talk about. I think that's like overblown. They make it seem just like his belly. They make it seem like if you take any at all, you're gonna look like this. This is the guy who's taking a insane amount, 12 a day, 12 IUs a day. Like you'd be looking at the huge amount of liquid that you're pushing, but it's human growth hormone.
I think that it's
like an animal.
Like I'm not an expert, but there's the amount you take, which you've mentioned, and the amount of time you take it over. You could take a lot in one day, and it's not going to make a visible. Your organs aren't going to grow. This guy's only been doing it for a year now, right?
Yeah. Well, no. He was saying this is what I'm currently on. But he was like looking to do some other stuff. So I don't know how long he'd been on the HGH. I don't know.
Everybody should have known this was something fishy when like the ancestral tenets live like monkey guy shaves his chest.
Well, man, he looks tremendous. Like look, everything aside, man, he's so thick and powerful through his shoulders and chest and back. Like he is an incredible physical. He is a short guy though, isn't he? Huh?
He is short, but that just
don't you love that?
Thicker.
Doesn't that make you feel great, Taylor? Every time one of these gigantic motherfuckers has to stand next to an adult man, and somebody's brave enough to get their phone out and show us. Like,
yeah. At least I'm way taller than this guy. So there's that.
How tall is he?
I think he's 5'7". We saw.
Hang on. Just to be clear, Paulo Costa is clearly standing on a chair for like jokes over there. Like, but the guy to the left,
America candidate.
But the guy on the left, and Paulo Costa is natural, by the way. Like this, like to be clear, like this is the difference between a professional athlete and an unnatural regular human being. Like the guy on the right worked his whole life to look like that and pass his USADA test left and right. The guy in the middle would melt a cup.
Yeah, he'd melt a cup. You're right. Yeah, with just pure...
He's got that fucking pelt on his head is kind of badass though. I'm down.
He like
with
is
that.
injecting so much shit, like his pee's yellow. Like it can't even all be absorbed. It just goes right through him.
Yeah, I used to take so much of this stupid shit called T-Bomb 2 that my pee would turn kind of fluorescent greenish. But somewhere between it was like a highlighter, kind of yellowish green. This is years ago when I was like 19 or 20. T-Bomb 2 is a testosterone booster you buy over the counter at GNC. And
so it works.
Look, I don't fucking know, man. But I would take and they were supposed to take like 2 a day or something. They're $80 a bottle or something. And I was taking like 12.
Just pissing nothing but B vitamins all day.
Like and I was getting I was getting stronger much faster than my cousin, and I was attributing it all to the T-Bomb. And really I was probably just like working real hard. But yeah, I used to take a ton of T-Bomb too when I was a teenager. It's probably still in the market. If that's a bit of nostalgia if I were to see that bottle again.
In his regimen? Is that on the list?
No, his regimen's all very scientifically efficacious injections.
All of his stuff was from a
doctor.
But
what he tells people he's doing is like, take your shoes off, pretend to be a wolf at night. Like just like
he suns his asshole, right? He suns his asshole. He's one of those
he does. That's not even weird compared to like some of the other
where
stuff.
the photosensitive receptors are, of course.
At least that right like I don't. Does it matter what area of your body?
I can smell that bottle.
Like the sun hitting your arm skin is going to be beneficial the same way the sun hitting your butthole would be. The vitamin D is coming in. You just look like a goober with your ass spread at the park.
The melanin in your skin is preventing those rays from penetrating you. Okay, you've built up a callus to God's great light.
I took Accutane. I'm good.
You've built up a callus to God's great light in the sky. Your asshole, however, it is uncalloused. Okay, so you get down on all fours and you point it up to God's great sky and you absorb His energy straight from the tap.
For me, it's about the emotional health. I don't have a place where the sun don't shine. Shines.
For me, it's about making people at the bank uncomfortable.
Exactly. Zach, see if you can find a picture of him sunning his asshole, because I'm 97% sure that's a real thing.
Is it balls sunning?
Oh, you're gonna bounce on assholes?
Sun your asshole without sunning your balls.
I think as much as I would love to, I'm past my time here, guys. Thanks for having me on. Good luck with that picture.
Filthy doesn't want himself next to that picture.
It's been many things we've seen on this show. I could just miss that one. Yeah.
I'll send you a link.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys. Good seeing you.
Check out all the things.
So I'm on a moto ride.
Audio.
I'm on a 6,000-mile motorcycle trip to California and back. I needed a conquest, so I loaded up the bike. Turns out the most challenging backroad discovery route is the only winter route. So fuck it, here I am. Last time I tried this, I broke my leg. Now I'm doing it solo.
How far are you there so far? Like how close to you are getting to California or wherever?
I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana, so maybe almost halfway to Shreveport. Okay. Do you know this town, Kyle?
Yeah, I've heard of Shreveport.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I add extra letters because
that's how they talk down here.
It's me from Louisiana.
Yeah.
My name is Juan Pablo, and I am a Cajun man.
So I tried in the summer. My objective was to do the Colorado and Wyoming backroad discovery route. There's like 9 of them, and they're kind of in the middle in terms of difficulty. And I fucked up. I made a bad decision, and I broke my leg. And it was kind of this stench of failure I haven't quite shaken yet. So we're going for round 2. We're going to try it again and be smarter this time. And this one's
this time.
The California one. It's supposed to be the hardest. I'll let you know what I think. Mm-hmm.
So you had how spur of the moment was this trip?
Well, I probably decided I don't know, 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay.
And
good lead time.
I had some bike prep and shit to do. I had to get done. I installed heated grips and a heated seat for the wintertime riding, which I didn't need today. And yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of psyched. I'm going for it. As I left home, and it was rainy, and it was this cold, hurtful December rain. I'm like, why am I doing this exactly? I could be home right now.
Yeah.
like this is type 2 fun.
Yeah, man.
I can reminisce with myself about this, I guess.
Right?
Can't wait to remember this later.
Yeah. Remember that time? Oh.
Man, that sounds awful. I'm glad that you're having a good time, and you have chosen this very difficult winter trip to make a 6,000-mile solo venture out into the wilderness and on the highways during the holidays.
Yeah, a lot of it.
You'll be home before the holidays. How long is the trip?
My target is to get home on the 23rd, so I've got a little buffer to get.
You ever seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you have an equally funny adventure.
You're the Steve Martin in the scenario, I think.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm an easy guy. Easy
yeah,
target.
so there's not a lot of buffer time. I can't fuck up too bad. I already have an issue. I need a new tire. I have a tire getting shipped to Tucson, Arizona, and I'm looking at it, and the shipment date is behind schedule. So I'm gonna have to improvise, I think.
You're gonna miss Christmas. Like all but guaranteed. Like that's so funny. Planning to get back the 23rd. Like I mean, honestly,
I'm sure there'll be no
that's
traffic.
High stakes. That's high stakes. Yeah, there won't be any traffic.
Nobody's going to believe you. If you get stopped by a cop somewhere, they're not going to believe you.
Fucking
like, where you?
Fuck.
So what are you doing out on these roads this time of night during the holidays? Heading home to my family. We're in North Carolina. You mean to tell me that you're driving 5 states at night to your family? Why don't you come on off the bike, sir? Step on back here. Ronnie, get the dog.
And the dog. This guy's clearly on drugs.
Whatever it takes. I don't know. We'll get it done.
You'll get it. Yeah, it'll be fun. High stakes. Like you'll be racing back.
Holy shit! I'm worried for you. This sounds stressful.
Yeah, my problem is, what if I get hurt? Like I'm showing Jackie videos, right? And this guy, he's in like Death Valley or something, and the sand's getting deep, and he's struggling. And I'm laughing at him, like, this guy fucking sucks. He's not good at this, Like, look at him crash. And he's solving his problems all wrong. Like, he couldn't get up the hill, so he took his luggage off the bike and like got the bike up without the luggage, and then carried the luggage on his own. And I'm like, this guy, he's just fucking incompetent. And then he breaks his leg. And I'm like, well, that hits a little close to home.
Yeah. Well, some things are unavoidable,
and he calls it. Now, when I broke my leg, I was about 100 miles deep in the woods, and I rode the bike out. This guy calls for a medevac. He has a helicopter come. He didn't even ride it out. And I don't know. I wasn't impressed, but I'm going to do better. I hope.
You frowned on the medevac.
I would also no. I'm with Woody on this one. Like I feel like
self-extract.
Yeah,
get
the hell out of there, baby.
It's a little embarrassing to call for help. Like so, you want to make sure if you're gonna call for help that you need it. Now, there's a fine line there. Don't be laying there in a pool of blood. Like I don't want to inconvenience anyone.
Right.
Like call for help. But at the same time, as long as like you can feel your foot, like the blood supply hasn't been cut off. That's the problem that you'd run into, and like blood clots and stuff. From that, and then you die or lose your foot. Stuff like that can happen. If your foot goes numb after a break, then the bad things are happening. You gotta get. I don't know what to do if your foot goes numb, but your foot wasn't numb. It's time to get out of there. And we need a helicopter. You know how much that would have cost?
Probably not cheap.
I wonder.
I would say
insurance probably doesn't cover helicopter rides.
I'm sure you can get insurance for that though.
I have it.
Good.
I'm not
good.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I paid $24 to like prepay for my helicopter extraction, and I'm like, is this right? Is this really $24? I should fucking fake an injury because I'd like a helicopter ride.
It's more of mental distress. I'm pretty down.
I'm so lonely. Press my SOS button.
I was imagining helicopter extract insurance to have a $3,000 deductible, but you're telling me it's $25 and you're in the program?
I haven't tested it yet. I don't know.
Hell, let me chip in. I want that 24/7. I'll give them 20. Look,
I'll split it with you, Woody. I'll give you $12 for a helicopter.
No, you don't have to take me all the way to the hospital. The Dave and Buster's by the hospital is just fine.
Because I think
right here's good. Oh,
they'll charge you $8,000 for a goddamn ambulance. So I bet a helicopter coming out into the wilderness, fuel. I think I was paying $6. I didn't have to pay it, but I think one time we had a helicopter and it was like $600 an hour for just like some of the basic shit, and it was just a little R-44 or whatever, not a rescue helicopter, probably not the kind equipped for that. So I'm guessing that's a $50,000 venture if you don't pay your $24.
Zach says it's on average $25,000. I've heard of people paying $47,000.
Yeah.
Well, it's worth staying alive. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if it's your life.
I'm going to be a little more careful this time.
Finger.
Yeah.
Be more careful. You'll make it back in time for.
You're bringing a helmet this time, right?
Yes. This time helmet. I also brought better boots. My boots are. I have
barefoot motorcycling. It's a terrible idea. I try to talk him out of it.
Barefoot driving is a bad idea.
I like barefoot driving.
Do you?
Yeah, I get my toes involved.
I feel like that was something that like my dad must have imprinted on me. Like, you do not drive barefoot.
I mean, if I had a wreck, it could.
Those are cool. Those are very Judge Dredd.
They are.
Fashion statement.
Yeah, I like those. Do you have anything lined up? Like our idea, like on the way there, you stop and see this monument, or you see this park, or nothing like that.
He's in a hurry. He's got to get home for Christmas.
That's the issue. I have to get home for Christmas, and it's a little tight. Like I would love to take more dirt roads here to see more places. I stayed in the worst. Oh my God. So yesterday I stayed in Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah. Oh, dude. So I don't try to flex my like poverty roots because I don't really have them, but my father does. And now I think because of like visiting my grandmother and stuff like that, when I see poor places in bad neighborhoods, I swear to God, I'm just like, this isn't even a bad neighborhood. This doesn't seem bad. Compton, I've only seen it in video, but I'm like, Compton doesn't even, these look nice compared to Gloucester and Camden, New Jersey. And Birmingham, I got there and I smelled the poverty. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a memory from my childhood. This is what poor smells like. And I rented I was like, oh, a motel. Cool. My dumbass. And it's a Motel 8, I think, or motel. So I think it's really called a Motel 8 and like a something else 6, but they switched them. So it wasn't the franchise, but they fooled me. So I'm like, oh, if it's a franchise, they have to meet.
Welcome to Motel 7.5.
Yeah. A franchise, if people don't know, has to meet certain standards or they will pull away your franchise license. So if you ever stay at not the Knights Inn, but like the Round Table Inn, then you know that place didn't meet the Knights in.
Welcome to King Arthur's court.
Yeah.
What is formerly Courtyard Marriott? Yeah.
Yeah. So I go there, and the room was $62 after all the taxes and fees.
Damn.
And it reeks of cigarettes. And it's just a bed and like a side table. There's nothing else there. I asked if one of the rooms had better Wi-Fi, and they're like, "There's no Wi-Fi here."
There's no Wi-Fi.
There is no Wi-Fi here.
So I figure, all right, I'll tether off my phone. I'm 2 hours into it, and the cigarette smell is so overwhelming. I'm like, fuck it. This is even below my standards. So I got a better room for the rest of the night. Yeah, but Birmingham, Alabama has legit on the way from my motel to the other place, there was some sort of crime that warranted 6 police officers jackknifed in their cars, like blocking all the streets. I'm like, is this a murder? Like they're preventing people
Lucy's
from getting
over
to
here.
the crime scene. Dude, that is not far from the room I stayed in.
All right, that's pretty.
And there were like
come on
cigarette
now.
burns.
I mean,
That room came with pornography,
for you to turn a hotel room down is brutal, because you've stayed in some shitholes.
I swear it was legit.
Yeah, Birmingham's rough. Alabama's rough.
It's very poor.
Yeah, like Georgia has a lot of money that flows in. We're right next door, but Georgia has a ton of money that flows into it from a number of things, like the movie industry notwithstanding. But fucking Alabama's poor as shit. It just.
Does Georgia have a rivalry with Alabama and more than just sports teams? Is it like,
no,
yeah, those fuckers over there, Alabama, nothing like we're better. Like Georgia's
no,
better.
it's not like, no, it's just football that they're good at. It's their only thing. Like what else do they do? You know, Georgia's the Peach State. We're also the #1 producer of granite in the world. We're very proud of that.
I didn't know that.
What do they do in Alabama? What do they do in Alabama?
I bet they do stuff.
What's their main export of Alabama? Retardation?
I don't know. I was gonna say along those lines.
Babies with skulls that are malformed.
Can Georgia hang in the incest bowl?
All right, Alabama's top exports.
The GDP is probably identical to Georgia's, by the way. I'm just fucking with them.
mid-sized automobiles, piston engines, large automobile. Okay, it's a lot of piston stuff.
I'm guessing.
Isn't Huntsville, Alabama, like a major space station?
Oh, that's yeah.
Coal, they do a lot of, I guess. Chemical wood pulp soda. Can't get it.
That's where you go to space camp in Alabama down there. Yeah, like if you go to space camp, that's where it is.
It's a lot of car stuff, really.
Well, it's in Alabama. Like I think down there around Huntsville, where they used to have the original like NASA shit that we saw in Once for All Mankind, that show.
What is Alabama known for? Hospitality and the history of civil rights struggles.
That's one of the things they're bad at.
That feels like an uncharitable interpretation. Alabama and Mississippi constantly being ridiculed.
They couldn't choose 2 positives. Like
from the general American perspective, and maybe Woody feels the same way. Like the reason that I am like friends with Kyle is the reason that I like hold Georgia now in like a higher esteem than like Mississippi and Alabama. Because before I was just like, oh yeah, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, that's all kind of the same shit down there. And then Florida's its own thing. You know, they're not really the South. It's like snowbirds and people. But yeah, you've you're a good representative for Georgia. You've single-handedly raised their caste in my eyes.
Georgia's a nice place. Okay, like you can. Raphael Warnock, our senator, just defeated his retarded opponent.
Two-sport athlete.
Stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you guys they came to my house. The Raphael Warnock people. They're trying to get my vote, and these two gals, and you know it was noon, so I was asleep, fucking dead to the world. And they start pounding on the goddamn door, and now the dog's losing his shit, and I'm trying to hush him. And I figured that whoever was at the door would have left by the time I got to it anyway. But there they are. And we want to see if you're going to vote for Raphael Warnock in the upcoming election. I'm like, I'm a felon. I'm a felon.
I murdered solicitors.
This is Atlanta. We get a lot of that here.
I changed a solicitor to my radiator.
They were like, they were like, that's okay. A lot of Raphael supporters are, and they gave me some paperwork. No, none of that happened.
They did
I
not do that.
Don't work. They were like, we know, sir. You want to vote anyway? That's what we do. We're the Democrats.
Don't talk on your podcast.
And I
you're a
looked
felon.
closely, and they
Mail
had
in your ballot.
reptilian eyes, and they blinked sideways at me. But no, I was like, I'm a felon. I almost said I'm a fucking felon, but I didn't want to curse at two ladies at noon.
That would have been a real felon move of you.
Like a Monday. But I wanted to cut the conversation off and get back to resting.
I had only been sleeping for 10 hours. I was halfway
I'd
done.
been up late. I'd been up late playing that goddamn game, and but I was like, I'm a felon.
Dark
And I was
Tide?
like, yeah. I had that. I had been playing a ton of it, but I'm a felon. But yeah, Raphael Warnock won. And look, I haven't looked deeply into his policies. I'm sure we disagree on a number of things, but Hershall Walker is legitimately a very slow-witted man. Like he is incapable of doing the job. I talked to somebody the other day. I was like, regardless of your politics, only one of them was capable of doing the job. And I don't know what that job entails, but I don't think Hershall Walker could run a Wendy's. So I'm thinking that being the senator for Georgia is harder than running a Wendy's.
I don't know.
I'm going to put my money there. So yeah, y'all should vote for Raphael Warnock because Hershall Walker seems retarded. And his own son is on Twitter like, that's what happens when you hold a knife to my mama's throat and a gun to her head and you whoop our asses and if we tell. That's
Jesus.
what happens, you piece of shit. Nobody, the people find out when you have your abortions with them women you ran around and cheated on my mama with, and you try to lie. That's what happens.
Wait, there was a real thing about a knife and a gun, like threatening him.
They'll hit. When they tried to hit him with it, Taylor. I can't believe you know this. They try to hit Hershall with it. They go, Mr. Walker, what about this report? You held a gun to your ex-wife's head, threatened her life if she were to leave the home. Y'all talk about that thing from like 12 years ago? he was legitimately like, well, come on. It was the early 2000s.
Yeah, come on. Michael Vick is living in peace somewhere.
9/11 was fresh in our minds.
9/11 was fresh in our minds.
That was 2010.
That was literally.
Get over it.
Yeah, that was his point. It was like he wasn't like.
He's like a 60-year-old man, and in 2010,
he's like he's star player in the NFL. He was in the UFC. He fought like a couple times. I think he was undefeated.
You think it's a CTE thing, maybe?
I think he's always been a slow-witted man. He didn't. I don't think he got. I didn't think he got hit that much. I think of him as a fucking star who just was. He's a hero here.
He's a running back, right?
Get hit. Even
I didn't know he was retarded.
Running backs hit back, right? So even if he's outstanding, he's going to lower his shoulder and push.
I didn't think of him as a CTE guy. I think of him as a dumb guy. Like I think that's the deal. I could be wrong. Maybe he was like smart as a whip back in the day, and now he's just like this. But like he's clearly
it could be true.
The job. So
I think I jumped too quick. Like when like collision sport athletes start getting a little odd. Like I almost always assume like, well, yeah, your position was literally to be the guy that like gets handed the ball almost every play because you're a fucking tremendous athlete, and so naturally you're
Occam's razor, right?
All the time.
Like when you hear that somebody's dumb who used to play in the NFL and doing some weird shit, you're like, oh, probably because he got smacked in the head too many times.
Yeah, probably.
How many times is too many though, right? Like I've gotten knocked in the head a few times. I know both of y'all have. Like
would I be here if I had?
I've never had a concussion.
You've never had a concussion?
You never had a concussion?
I don't believe so.
You never felt nauseous?
No. Kyle, we lost you there, the last half of that sentence. But no, I've never hit my head and felt nauseous or anything. Like I've banged my head before, but like thankfully,
Kyle,
knock on wood, I don't think I've ever had a concussion.
We're talking to like Taylor here, like he has a normal head.
Oh,
when Taylor bumps
you
heads,
always
the
wear a
other
helmet,
guy gets the concussion.
Yeah, see, like I am the concussion.
He delivers the concussions. He doesn't receive them.
Yeah. Get a concussion. I am the concussion. I am the one who knocks.
They base those new helmets off me genetically.
Your skull superimposed over.
Gave my brother.
We
Gave my
bump
brother a couple
heads, and I
concussions.
get a concussion. That's what you think of me? That's what you think of me? I don't get a concussion. I give the concussion. I am the danger.
I fuck you in your ass. The other way. I've given my brother a couple concussions, every single one of them accidental. Totally accidental, innocent mistakes. Would have happened to anyone. Wrong place, wrong time. You know, that kind
I've
of
had a bunch of little pops, like boxing, like little flash, like everything kind of goes dark for like a second, and you're on your ass, and you pop right back up. Like, are you knocked out? I don't know. I don't know if that's a concussion.
When did that happen? Like you got hit, or were those like your attacks you sometimes get where you just black out?
No. I'm boxing. Like boxing and getting popped, and like everything goes black. You're on your ass, and you're immediately up. I'm not laying on the floor. I'm just down and then up. Like, is that a concussion? I don't fucking know. It can't be good.
It could be. I mean, they don't know. Like every sport, like their concussion protocols seem to depend on how important that player is at the given moment. Like it'll be
they're
like, oh no,
after what happened to
that
the
seventh
Chiefs
defenseman, he got hit in
they're
the
gonna
head, you gotta
change
take
that.
him out. Like
they ran that the Chiefs fucking QB out. His name's spacing on me right now, but that young guy, he was in the
Via or something.
Yeah, the young guy who was in the Super Bowl against Brady last year and lost.
Patrick Mahomes.
They ran him out there like concussed as fuck, and that was a bad look. So I bet some policies got changed regardless of
the Dolphins guy. He's usually right about this stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that might have. I think that happened recently. I think you're referring to that, but I'm thinking about game 2 or 3 of the year, like way back.
Was it Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
I know who he is.
I remember there was a big discussion about why he was even on the field and he was getting hit for the second time. Because I think it might have been one of those instances where like maybe he got popped on a Sunday game and then he had to play like a Thursday night game or something. It was like real quick back-to-back games.
That was Patrick Mahomes. Reason. That was Tua.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
And he has the internet in front of him, so he's got to be right. I could have sworn.
And I kind of remember it like Zach does. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in any case, that's not good. But yeah, I don't know like what the level on concussions. I've been knocked out at least twice. Like one time was on a rope swing. And like I was on a rope swing where like it's a cable coming out of a tree and it's a loop at the bottom, sort of an upside down noose, I suppose you would imagine. But you stick your foot in that loop and you swing out, and it was cable that had been left over when the power company had put in a line. It was that thick stuff that's up suspended.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that would like hold a car up or something. Yeah. But I guess from using it as a swing, as it's certainly not intended to do, it like wore into over time. And I was like at the apex of a swing such that when it snapped, the back of my head just kind of continued on with a lot of force into the ground. And I very much remember being out and then opening my eyes. And how old was I? Or the swing?
No, the swing.
The swing was maybe a couple years old.
Wow. So people have been swinging on it for years, and you would just
I had been swinging on it. It was my swing.
Oh, okay.
This was going to happen to you.
No this was my swing. This is all on my dad's place. Like, we built the swing.
Were you a child?
Oh, I built this scenario where it was like a semi-public place. At first, I thought it was going to be over a river. You know how there's often swings, where people play.
Yeah. That's what we wanted. Yeah.
Poor Kyle came along after thousands of people played with it, and it broke on him, but that's not how it happened.
So, like growing up on that farm, like we would work in the mornings, but then with like the rest of the afternoon, it's like, what do you want to do? It's like, I don't know. Like, I want a rope swing. All right, let's fucking build one. So like we build it. Well, what's the point of rope swing if we don't have a pond? So we just build a pond. We've got equipment. So you could just build a little dam, flood this area right here. And now when we swing out, we got a little pond to fall into, and we'll just patch it back up with the bulldozer and let it go on its way later. You could just, do little projects like that. And this was one of them. And that was definitely a concussion because I was knocked out. Fuck out.
Did you go to the doctor, or were you just like, that was close?
No, I got up and was like, damn, the swing's broke. And that was it. I don't think we ever fixed the swing after that.
Damn.
I can remember.
Oh, and then when I came off that ATV, and that was 100% unconscious. And when I came to, I was having a seizure. And then I've had a couple of panic attacks where like, I don't know how hard I hit my head, but my head hurt when I woke up, and I was like skint up from like falling on asphalt. So like the problem is like if you go completely unconscious and you can't break your fall at all, you fall weird sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've probably seen people get like KO'd in the street and they fall down like a dummy and hit their head on the ground, and that's what
die.
Yeah, they die sometimes. Oh my! Well, hey, I'm just gonna continue. I'm gonna write it down so I bring this up after this topic. Yeah.
Okay. I've been knocked out twice. Once was in ice hockey. I've talked about it before. I was playing defense in a no-check league. I was kind of stretched out, trying to just disrupt the play. When you play defense, anything that happens that isn't what the offense had in mind is an improvement.
Yeah.
so just trying to sort of break up the play into something else. And big guy checked me hard. He tore my ACL on the same play, and he gave me a concussion, and it got wrecked. And then another time I was a kid.
What kind of league was that? Before you, I hate to interrupt, but like, what level of competition were you at where your ACL was blown out and you were knocked unconscious?
This was a North Carolina B League in beer hockey. Yeah.
So how much time did that gentleman do?
I actually beat him up later, and he acted like it was a faux pas. Yeah, I healed back from the ACL. And I got maybe like 6 games in, there's that guy. And of course, he's like picking on all our smaller players. And I'm like, motherfucker. And I took a run at him from like mid ice, but from your house, the width of it,
charging,
not the
from the parking lot.
And I drilled him into the boards, and then I started hitting him. And he's like, what the fuck? And eventually he goes down. You don't usually hit downed players. That's like kind of when the fight
frowned
ends.
upon.
But I'm like ground and pounding him, and he's like, the fuck. And I'm like, you know what the fuck you did?
Meanwhile, like the other volunteer refs, like, guys, come on.
Shit. His kids, Woody. His kids.
Now you know what I thought.
I'm going to cripple you.
Even though I got my revenge, it didn't feel like revenge at all. Like he did lost a fight. I was in like, it took me months to recover from that ACL, maybe like a year.
Why don't you try to take
it was a big deal.
Couldn't you like target his knee or his ankle or something and like break him? Because I'm gonna be honest, like if somebody
probably not that good. I don't know.
Like, I mean, I could swing that stick pretty hard. I bet.
No, you swing a stick, you'll like go to jail, like the assault with a deadly weapon. I mean, like, and like, look, that dude who did that to Woody is a douchebag,
criminal. That guy's a criminal.
Like that is not what normal pick. If it is a hitting league in a men's league, which is already fucking rare, like it's meant to be like a shove them off the puck hit, not decimate them like you're like trying to make the Islanders or something.
Dude, I know that like. My dad used to play softball very competitively. They traveled around. It was a thing. And I know there were fights after the games, but nobody got like crippled nobody like came across the field of play with a bat or anything. Like I can't believe that he knocked you out.
It was a real big. And by the way, when I say he tore my ACL, I'm not like guessing. I went to 2 orthopedic surgeons, and it was surgically repaired, but for my patella. It was like. He fucked me up.
That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous.
And then the other time,
I would be real upset.
I was a kid. I was on a tree limb, and it was dead. And I wasn't very smart, so I climbed out on the tree limb, like hanging on it, sort of back down, just like you would. And the way that it broke, like it didn't tip me down. It just boom. I fell flat on my back and my head.
Yeah.
And kind of came to afterwards.
Yeah, there's some kinds of falls when you're completely just let go, where you kind of have no attitude control. Like if you if you jump off of something, you have that sort of to work with, and you're oriented with that inertia that you're carrying, and our brains can work that out. We can orient ourselves in midair.
But I'm not a cat.
But if you're let go, you need that tail to start gyroscoping to get you up.
That's how I broke my other leg. When I was flying,
twisting it,
and it like yanked me in the air, like the wing. I was new to like launching in high wind like that, and it just yanked me up. And because of that, I didn't have any I didn't have any body control in midair to fix it and land in a better situation. So
I'm curious about your thing, Kyle. Like when was the last time you had a bad like pass out spell? Like one where like you banged your head.
I had a panic attack like last year. Yeah.
Okay. So you're on a good streak.
I have about one a year. Something like that.
Ooh, you got to slip one in. It's December.
You just gotta slip.
It's December 8th, Kyle.
You're in your own battle not to miss Christmas.
Yeah, it's like that Seinfeld thing where you hadn't vomited in 10 years.
Yeah. It's June 5th. It's June 5th. Yeah.
No, I would say about once a year, I have a full-blown panic attack and like go unconscious. And most of the time, I if I can get to cold water and throw it in my face, I can stop it. Like it's like there's literally a timer that starts, and I'm like, uh oh, we need the water. And
he's like a baby sea turtle, just hunting out where the water is.
I need it, and like if I can throw cold water in my face, it'll immediately like arrest the whole situation, and we're good. But a couple times I've been on the way to get the water. And went down. That's what happened the last time. What happened was I got a phone message that I misread and thought that someone I loved had cancer, but it was really someone else's paperwork sent to me foolishly by an old person who doesn't know how text messages work, and that really upset me. And I go into this panic attack, and I'm running to go get the water, and I trip over my rowing machine. And I wake up with my head hurting, and I'm down on the ground, like in a real awkward kind of way, with like one arm under me and my legs like folded over each other.
So when you're getting the water, you're a little compromised on the trip.
I haven't even made it there yet. I haven't. I'm in the hallway.
You wouldn't have
You're
tripped
like
over the rowing
graying
machine
out.
on any other day.
I went down. I tripped over the rowing machine as I was going unconscious. The same way I tripped over that like sunglass carousel in that Walmart while I was running for water. It was the same thing. I was having a panic attack there, and I was like, gotta go to the bathroom. I need water. I gotta throw water in my face. So we're having a meltdown here.
You should probably sit down, because it seems like you're just gaining momentum, like running to this thing. Quick, run to the granite countertops.
Kyle, how did you discover that water was the solution to this problem?
Well, I was having a sword fight. It feels very similar to so I was having a sword fight with my cousin when I was, I don't know, maybe 12, and he stabbed me in the arm with his sword pretty severely, and I had to pull it out. And when I did, it made sort of this suction noise in my flesh, and that like sent me into what I don't think I knew it was a panic attack then. I thought I was just like fainting from the sight of blood, which was a little embarrassing because I'd killed deer and stuff. It's like, why does my blood like freak me out? I didn't understand, but I was really just having a panic attack over the whole flesh sucking around the thing as I pulled it out of my arm. And you could feel the bone too. It was real nasty. And, but I ran and I threw cold water in my face and I wanted the water for this, but I was so clammy. I threw it in my face as well. And it just like fixed the situation immediately. I was immediately like myself again. And so anytime I feel one coming on, I just know that it's like a shock to your system. It sort of like reboots that fight or flight thing. It's enough to reboot it. I bet a good slap to the face would probably do it too, but nobody wants to be the psycho like doing this in public. So I'm looking for water.
Why did you backhand me?
Yeah, right. You were about to go down, dude. Dude, I'm just sweaty. It's hot out. I'm looking out for you, bro. Who've gotta calm down?
Everybody like
airplane.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You're racing to it.
But I'll go full on unconscious, and it's some real Tony Soprano. It's just like it was represented in The Sopranos. That sort of like, you know it's coming, you feel it coming. It's a process. It takes about 45 seconds to go from the first symptom to we are blacked out, unconscious on the floor. Something like that. Like a timer has begun.
That seems
Countdown.
so scary. I would not like dealing with that.
What would happen if you did just lay down? If you were like, oh, it's coming, and you just like, let's say you're at home in a situation where there's no embarrassment to be had, right? You're alone. Yeah. You just lay down on the carpet and be like, yeah, I'm going to do it this way.
It's scary. Maybe. It's scary and uncomfortable.
Okay. So it's not like sleeping, which is kind of fine.
No, it doesn't feel like you're falling asleep. It feels like you're being taken.
Because your heart's probably racing, like you're panicking.
It feels like your heart's pounding. You're cold and clammy. I turn pale, very, very pale, and then like I'm sweating profusely, but my skin is cold. And it's a lot like when you get a real severe injury or something like that. I look like that, like I just got fucking stabbed or something. But cold water will fix it right away. Or I can kind of suffer through the next. It fixes it so instantly. I think that's what it is. I think it's just rebooting your fight or flight system and saying, "Hey, whoa, we're good." And
if you let it play its course, did the whole thing. Like I'm in this room right now, right? You could lay on the carpet and you'd be in no physical danger, I think. How long would it last? Would you be okay? Do you come out of it like fine? Or is it
I don't know, because I've never I don't think I've ever gone unconscious in front of people, so I'm not sure how long I'm down. I just know I wake up
probably real quick.
Well, I don't know for sure. My guess would be it's fairly quick, like under a minute. Like maybe I'm only actually out for 10 seconds or maybe 5 seconds. But for all I know, it could be 5 minutes, because like
you gotta check the clock next time.
Well, it's not like I'm like
yeah. Like, instead of water, set your phone.
Okay.
Stopwatch.
I could turn my panic attacks into that movie Flatliners with Kiefer Sutherland. Remember that?
I have not seen Flatliners.
Flatliners is great. Here's one.
I was young.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. Kiefer Sutherland. That's how you know it's a good movie. It's got a great. I think Andy. What's her name? Andy. Fucking. She's from Georgia.
Movie's older than I am.
Leave the movie alone. Not older than me, God damn it! Leave it alone.
Not by much, but by a bit.
It's about some medical students who want to play with the idea.
Julia Roberts.
They want to play with the idea.
You, and I'm so sorry, but
go ahead.
I'm blown away by this cast: Kiefer Sutherland, Julia Roberts, Kevin Bacon, William Baldwin, Oliver Platt, and Kimberly Scott. I don't know the last two, but this is an ensemble.
Oliver Platt's
cast.
a big actor. You'll know him when you see his picture.
Yeah, I just hovered over. I know that guy. He's a good actor.
Very good cast. They're all young. This is the young versions of all of them. They're in their prime. They are medical students who want to like see what comes after life, is if there is an afterlife. And because they have access to like crash carts and adrenaline and all the stuff that you use, they start freezing each other, lowering their body temperature down, and basically killing each other for brief amounts of time and bringing them back. And they start, the first person goes and they claim they see some stuff. And now it's a question of who gets to go next. And because everybody wants to go, right? And
Jesus,
someone says, everybody wants to go. They want to see it. And somebody's like, I'll go for 30 seconds. And everybody looks at him like, are you fucking crazy? And the guy goes, I'll stay for a minute. And everybody's like, no, you can't stay for a goddamn minute, Alex. And someone's like, I'll stay for 90 seconds. And now him and Alex are like in a stare down. And it's like, holy shit. Like somebody's going to go and see what's on the other fucking side tonight.
Yeah. They'll come back too brain dead to tell you.
That's a fear too, right? Like, and that's what the movie's about. They see, it's a bit spooky. It is spooky. No,
this is a cool premise. I'm glad you brought it up.
I want to watch it again. Kyle tells movies better than movies tell movies.
Well, I just focus on the parts that are good, right? Like there's some boring shit in the middle where like you know, you got I want to say Alec the Baldwin brother was like creepy filming ladies that he was banging, and like that's what he's visited with in the when he like goes to, it's like a hell or something like that where he's visited with those women like judging him or something. Like I think they all see different stuff. If I remember correctly, I could be conflating two different movies. There's a lot. I don't know. I've seen a lot of them, but that's a really good movie, Flatliners.
I think I misunderstood I thought they think they made a discovery to achieve death, that they were doing something outside the norm. But you described it as
medical students pushing the limits of like what's of morality, really, because everything they're doing is like illegal. They're doing it in like it's just like after hours. Like we're gonna go into the fucking faculty building where all the shit is.
I do remember that they'd sneak into the building at night to do this stuff.
Yeah, if someone dies, they're like all gonna run away. You know, it's that type of situation.
That seems like a fun kind of thriller. I'll watch that.
Yeah, I liked it.
Have you heard of this Amazon show, Tales from the Loop?
Yes, I think I've watched some of it. It's a sci-fi show. I think, is that the one where there's a bit of time travel and the little girl is like meeting her older self and like it looks like a poor Russian village or something. I watched it maybe 3 years ago. I'm a little foggy.
Okay. I just watched some of it. Like it's It's right. Yeah, it's a sci-fi show where, you know, there's the Loop, which is some like, you know, ethereal kind of, you know, government aligned program where they test dimensional things and whatnot. And the kind of wake of testing things like that creates anomalies that impact the people in that community. Mm-hmm. And it's the stories kind of intertie a little bit, but it's mostly like, you know, following like almost vignettes of different people throughout this town.
Yeah.
And it has such cool premises, like of, oh, you know, this happened and it caused these two people to switch bodies. It's not even something that like does like the backwards analysis where they try and make the fake world make sense. It's just like an understanding of, yeah, the fallout of the Loop creates a lot of strange things. And every episode starts with this incredible potential, and every episode ends just fucking sad. There's never like a big cool sci-fi thing. It's like, oh, this guy, like, you know, these people, these two friends, they found this orb in the woods, and it was like clearly some old like an anachronism from the Loop, like that was out in the woods. They stopped using this like a metallic orb, and they go in it and they come out and they switch bodies. And, you know, the one guy does like, it throws you for a little loop because the insecure guy who shows up in like the big confident guy's body, you assume it's going to be like, oh, I don't want to go back to being the insecure nerd. But the guy goes and lives as the confident guy. His life fucking blows. And the guy who's now in the nerdy body is like, I don't know if I want to switch back, man. Like, your life is awesome. Yeah. Your parents love you. Like, you have an uncle who runs the Loop. Like, I'm a loser. I never would have made it. And then they go back, and the guy who had his body stolen, like, tried to get back into the orb, except there was no one else around. So it put his entire being into a robot instead. And so now this guy's like whole life is destroyed. Now he's a robot, like in the woods, all insecure. And the whole like fucking end of it isn't like figuring out how to fix him. It's just like that guy's younger brother, you know, being for like an episode, like, you're not my real brother. I know you're not him and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then he goes out, finds this robot with like sad robot eyes. And he's like, Dylan, is it you? And then like the robot gets in like a fight with another robot who happens to be living in the woods, and he dies as the robot. And there's no comeuppance. There's no like finality to it. It's just sad. Every episode you think there's going to be a fulfilling thing, and it's just like, nope, it's just sad. And so I would not fully recommend it.
Yeah,
I would not recommend it. Yeah,
I watched it when it came out, and I kind of felt the same
it's a downer
way you did, that it was kind of depressing. And that it was more of a dystopian sort of sad sci-fi. It was the kind of sad sci-fi that made you think at the end, well, we really shouldn't tamper with God's green earth, should we? Yeah. We shouldn't ask questions of the sky. He'd have given us wings if he wanted us to go to other dimensions, God damn it.
We are overreaching. Yeah, like that kind of thing is the feel.
And I don't like that kind of sci-fi. Like I like the other kind that's like, you know, is more inspirational, even if it's scary. Yeah. Like Event Horizon. I mean, they found out that, we can travel faster than light. We can travel the galaxy. But we all go to hell. We all go to hell and get our eye sockets fucked by demons while we do it. You cool with that? Yeah, the Event Horizon's rough.
I haven't seen Event Horizon. Wait, no, I haven't seen this.
It's the Sam Neill and Lawrence Fishburne movie where they go, the ship travels by going to hell. They didn't mean for it to go to hell.
No, I've seen this. This movie's awesome. There's that big orb in the room that has the kind of like mystery power pulse.
Yeah. I watched an interview with somebody who worked on that movie the other day, and they were discussing the extended scene of like the hell. There's this part where they show some footage of the hell place. And it's all like scratchy and shaky, and they try not to show too much, but you see some horrific things. There's clearly a lot of like bloody, rapey, crazy, eyes gouged out nonsense going on.
It's got some Hellraiser feel to the like live action effects, and like when Sam Neill gets all gored up and all those cuts.
Where we're going, you don't need eyes to see, or whatever he said.
Yeah,
something real awful like that.
Sam Neill is great. I really like him.
I love Sam Neill.
He's good at everything I've seen him in. There's some show where he like plays a pope and he fucking kills it. I don't remember what that is.
If you want to see a really good Pope show, it's called the Young Pope, and they have that. Who's the super attractive like British guy? They put him in
Ricky Gervais.
That guy, yes, gorgeous Ricky Gervais. He plays a young, sexy Pope, and it's pretty interesting. I wanted to talk. I tried to watch a couple of shows this week because I like having shows to bring to you guys to recommend. Not just YouTube, but the fans at large. I like to come with some good suggestions, some deep cuts if I can. But I wanted to see what was going on with the Star Wars shit on Disney. I knew there was a show called Andor, and I knew that I still hadn't watched the Obi-Wan stuff. So I put Obi-Wan Kenobi on, this 6-episode mini thing that they did, bringing back the old cast, the whole old cast. Even Hayden Christensen is there as Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And I thought I was really going to like it. And for some reason, Obi-Wan Kenobi is a pussy, and he's afraid to fight anybody, and he's so incompetent. He like Woody could beat him up, no problem. Like this guy, he got in one fight that was impressive, and it was like two regular guys are beating the Jedi Master up in like a hallway. Like two regular guys are just beating his ass, and then Darth Vader shows up, and I shit you not, he runs. Like I don't mean he's gives him that sort of stoic not today, Vader. He pussies out and runs, and Darth Vader is fuck, bitch, and has to chase him down and literally drag him over the coals, and that's when I stopped watching. I watched 3.5 fucking hours of that, and the last thing I saw was when he finally did get to have to face Darth Vader, he just pussied out and got beat up, and it was embarrassing. And then a robot came in and drug him away. And Darth Vader acted like he couldn't walk around the small fire that he himself had created. The robot walked away at the speed of smell, with the body of Obi-Wan Kenobi, and a team of stormtroopers and Darth Vader watches he leaves, I guess. And there's a fire right in front of him, and it's Darth Vader could fly over that fire. I think he could definitely force it out,
walk through it. He's in a special suit.
He's in his suit anyway. He's probably afraid of fire though, because he just got all burnt up 10 years ago. So I give him that
he's
one.
Immune.
But he could fling a stormtrooper over there, or he could be fucking run through the fire, or I'll kill you all, and they would. It was nonsense, and I'd had enough of pussy one Kenobi. He was such a vagina, and they paired him with baby. Instead, I thought there might be some Luke Skywalker interaction. No, the first 3 episodes anyway, he's hanging out with Princess Leia, and she's a little cunt. She's a little 10-year-old cunt. Oh, I don't believe you're a Jedi Master. Make something fly. And it's don't you? You were just kidnapped and taken across the galaxy. I've given up my entire life to be here. I'm risking the galaxy to save you. I can't make things fly. Yeah. Oh, well, fuck off then, old man. And they keep making old jokes.
You're going to fuck your brother, perv.
So I thought, but I'd heard that, okay, this is the nonsense Disney shit. Okay. They had to make. Oh, and the bad guy is a big boss black woman, of course. She's what Obi-Wan fears the most. She's the Inquisitor.
More than Darth Vader?
Oh, she's so scary. She's a real boss bitch. You don't even know.
What can she do? Is she?
She's so hard. She threatens men left and right. She'll grab a white guy up by the collar and be like, "Next time." She'll get him.
But what about powers? Can she summon? Is she powerful?
Yeah. She's got a lightsaber, and she's like an Inquisitor. She's like an evil Sith and junior Inquisitor or some shit. But she's a low grade one, and I feel like it's supposed to be racism. They're mad because of the poor planet she's from or something. We know where we found you, and it's where? Who fucking cares? She could make things fly or something. But she's the boss bad bitch.
A little ham-handed commentary,
and we're real scared of her. I thought Darth Maul was going to be a central figure in this. I can't believe they just immediately hauled out Darth Vader and made James Earl Jones come do the voice. Thank God he retired finally. Put that shit to rest. And I saw Hayden Christensen doing fucking karate with his plastic George Lucas lightsaber, getting ready for the role. And it's dude, you don't need to be fit for this. They could Gollum you in a heartbeat. You're here for headlines. They don't need you in that goddamn suit. So I thought, all right, this is the lame shit. Andor's the gritty hard shit. That's what I should watch. Everybody's raving about this Andor thing. I think there's even 12 episodes of it, a whole bunch of it to watch. 4 hours of that I watched before I could take no more. I could just
What happened when you stopped?
Who cares about this guy? I don't care if I don't care if the guy wins or loses. I don't care about his sister. It sounds like his sister was a whore and she ran off from home or something. That's what I'm reading. And all I get from him is, I want to find my sister. He's like a Jon Snow with no personality. And that's saying something because Jon Snow doesn't have much of a personality. This guy is just like upset, bored, upset and like worried all the time. And that's it.
I watched the whole thing. I'm stupid, but I don't even remember the sister part of the storyline.
That was this whole motivation. I thought
he was making money with the thing he was trying to sell at the beginning, and then the guy had a job opportunity for him. And
right off the bat, he's like questioning at a brothel. He's like, "Have you seen my sister?" And they're like, "Where's she from?" He like tells him the planet that he's from, and that's what gets him in all the hot water. Because then he goes and like 2 guys try to hold him up, and he kills them both. And when I saw him kill both those guys, I was like, "Ooh, all right." So the good guy just smoked 2 guys like right off the bat, and now he's got to like hide the murder. I thought, but it moves so slowly after that, and they're trying to make me care about him or develop his character, I suppose. But they have failed. They have failed miserably because I dislike him.
You didn't get to the last 3 or 4 episodes, the part where it slows down. It is.
You know what I did like? There's this like imperial lackey, like this like junior officer or some shit, and he's Scottish or something.
Who modified his uniform?
He not him, but the guy his hype man. Like there's one guy who wants to make a big deal out of the murder. But he's got no real power. And if he didn't have somebody who was enthused about his ideas, it probably wouldn't go anywhere. But he finds that chubby Scottish imperial hype man who's like a sergeant or something. Like he's between an officer and a regular grunt. And he's just like, "Oh, you got to be careful where we're going. These scum. They got to be put in their places, lads." And he's like hyping the crew up. And then he's like, "Now, sir, any words for the men?" And he's like, he's taken aback. He's like, "Wait, oh, you work for me. That's right. I thought you were so authoritative. I thought that yeah, we're going to go in there." And it's like, that guy was cool. I could have watched. He needs a show. But the Lando Calrissian Andor cocksucker, whoever that guy with the dark features, as they describe him, because they don't want to say like Hispanic spaceman, I guess. Like, yes, he had dark features. What do you mean? Dark. Like which color in particular? Pick one. Mauve. Like fuck off. Yeah,
Andor.
The brown spaceman.
Everybody loves Andor. I don't get it. I watched it. I watched the whole thing through. I saw it to the end. I saw the first 10 episodes and thought it was over because it's like
kind of coming to a
close.
I'll
say it as a spoiler. He escapes from a place. So I was like, oh, that's how it ends.
Oh, does he get away in the end?
10 is a normal episode count. Well, it turns out there's 2 more episodes after he gets away. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
Someone mentioned that to me. I didn't want to like.
If it wasn't Star Wars, no one would pay attention. Sorry,
I only watched 3 or 4 episodes. No, you're good. You're good. I only watched 3 or 4 episodes, but I didn't care for what I watched, and I was trying. Like it was. I was like, I was giving it my full attention. I was trying to watch that shit. I did appreciate the guest. They had like a different guest star in every episode. The first episode, it was the woman who played Harry Potter's mom in the movies. I know she's done more than that. She's a really accomplished actress, but that's where I know her from. And but then they had that Scottish sergeant. He was in like the 3rd episode. I liked him a lot, but the story I didn't care. And they kept having these flashbacks to his childhood where they're like indigenous dart blowing tribes people. And you know how I feel about those people, Woody.
They need to die.
They need to wake the fuck up and get on the same page as the rest of the world. All right. What fucking century is it? It's absurd.
I watched a show. Have you seen Wednesday?
I know all about Wednesday. Tell me your feelings. I haven't seen it. Don't plan to watch it.
I don't know that it's your cup of tea, but I enjoyed it. So at first I was like, why isn't this the Addams Family? Why is it Wednesday? Then I realized Wednesday is by far the coolest, most fun member of the Addams Family.
She is.
Her power is that she's a psychic. I didn't remember that from the the Wednesday I've seen in the movies or the TV show, but okay. So
they may have made that up out of whole
and
cloth.
she's good. She's good at everything. You know, like someone picks on Pugsley from the swim team, and she goes to the swim and she's like, "I'll get you revenge." And he's like, I'm like, what is this girl going to do to a whole fucking swim team? I'm not saying swim teams are badass. That's accountants. But how is she going to deal with this? She has 2 bags of piranha and she dumps them in the pool. I don't know how many died. The story seemed inconsistent, but she got off for attempted murder, and she's like, "How embarrassing! People are going to think I failed," you know. And she's a blast. The lead actress does a fantastic job of playing Wednesday. Every time she's on my screen,
how old is she?
I'm kind of enjoying her presence.
Legal?
In real life.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
For sure. I think so. Yeah.
I'll give it a look.
And she
gets a goth.
Dude, this show will magnify that. So she gets kicked out of her school and she goes to Nevermore, which is this academy for outcasts. There's vampires, werewolves, sirens, which is like a mermaid kind of thing, and some psychics and others here and there. And she's trying to solve this like sort of murder mystery. And she's good at everything. She joins the fencing team. She's the best there. She's the best fucking beekeeper in the school. She's the best. She fights. I saw some
people complaining about her fencing. They said something about her slashing with a poking weapon or poking with a slashing saber or something. I know the fencing community was very upset about their portrayal.
What are they going to do about it?
Not even kidding.
Both of my kids did fencing. And so like I also caught that. I had fencing in high school, but I was never a fencer. But I was like, yeah, this is all. It's like Hollywood sword fighting. It's meant to be dramatic and they're spinning around. They broke the rules. She declares they go 2 out of 3. She asks for like military rules where they take off the helmets and fight like the first blood.
The death.
I think that's a military rules.
I think that's Dothraki rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
does she get to lead the Khalasar now?
No, because she's too busy fucking sabotaging swim teams or whatever.
But Wednesday's fun. That's how I would describe it. I enjoyed watching it. I don't know if it's going to appeal to you so much. I think you like. Usually the shows you're excited about are a little more serious than this one.
Mm-hmm.
But
I've never seen the Addams Family in any way.
I liked the show a lot as a kid. The movies, I should say, because McDonald's had events around both of those movies that were real big. I don't know if you remember like the Happy Meal situation that McDonald's did for like every movie. When I was a kid, it was a huge deal. I remember all of those. I remember like being excited that the second one was coming out. I liked those movies, and I think my family may have liked them too. I thought that Christopher Lloyd was hilarious as Uncle Fester, and that guy who plays Gomez Adams. He's also the guy who plays the villain in Street Fighter, the Jean-Claude Van Damme version, and he hams it up and he plays it as to the best of his acting ability. And he's an amazing actor. He's very like dramatic, and he's wearing this absurd suit, and he's only doing it because his kid was a big fan of the video game, and he's dying of stomach cancer during the filming. It's his last movie. He was in excruciating pain through most of it, but you can see him like doing fight scenes with Jean-Claude Van Damme despite all that to make a movie for his kid as he was, as he was dying. Good guy.
I love that. Once again, Kyle tells movies better than movies do. But
man,
the guy that plays Gomez Adams in Wednesday is so ugly. Every time he's on my screen, he is hard to look at. Gomez Adams isn't fat, at least in none of the lore that I've seen. This guy is fat, and they do something to his teeth to like blacken in between each one of them. And of course, his skin is a mess. Too ugly, hard to look at.
Did you guys see the hockey fan
I think
fight?
I might be breaking up.
No, I heard you. I haven't seen his teeth, but I will look at them and judge them later.
The guy who played Lurch in the 1990s Addams Family films is still alive, 7 feet tall, and he's 74 years old. That's unbelievable.
He's also the judge in My Cousin Vinny, right? The judge from My Cousin Vinny? Mr. Gambini. Mr. Gambini.
No, I don't know. Maybe it is.
For anybody who hasn't seen that movie lately.
That's a good movie, though. I do like that movie.
It's perfect.
It's got Joe Pesci in it.
Perfect. It's perfect impression. It's got Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei. She won a fucking Oscar for that movie.
Yeah, and she almost slept with George Costanza.
God, that's a really attractive lady. Still is. She's the mom in the Spider-Man movies, in case you don't know. Another mom, the aunt. She's dead now, though, in the movies. Spoiler alert. If you haven't seen Spider-Man, I don't know, 8 or whatever the fuck.
Don't ruin it for me, man.
It's real tearful. It's sad to Peter watches him die.
I shouldn't have interrupted you. You said something about
the Goblin killed her. No, I saw a hockey fan fight, and these two guys are going at it in the stands, and one of them falls down the steps and hits the back of his head on like where the glass is, that concrete, and cracks his head open. Did you see this?
No, I saw the other fight where the guy like banged his own head into the glass and knocked himself out.
No, that one's funny.
Okay, this sounds sad then.
This one sounds like someone might have committed murder at the hockey game. Like
God
they're
damn.
going at it, and this guy falls backwards down. I'll call it 8 steps. Might have been 5, but somewhere in there, and hits the back of his head on. There's the wall's concrete, and then it becomes that glass. He hits his back of the head on that concrete. You can find it pretty easy if you search hockey fan fight, head crack open. It was the worst hit I've ever seen at a hockey game, and it happened in the stands. Like, I don't know if that guy lived or not. It looked like the sort of thing you die from.
Oh, this was an NHL game. I figured not hearing about this, it would be because of something else. No, this was a Colorado Avalanche Winnipeg Jets game. Oh my God, there's blood all over where he hit his head.
You see, like you can watch him. This is one of those bless the cameraman moments because he like follows the guy as he falls and like head cracks open and he's like, well, his head cracked open. Just like he keeps it on the shot. He does a good job.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And the guy who like did the tackling like immediately tries to distance himself. Like, I didn't kill anyone, probably. Like tries to get away.
What do you do?
Christ. Thank God they were in Winnipeg. Everybody's so polite. They're like, he does that again, we're gonna have an issue. We're gonna have a problem here.
It looked to me like the guy was gonna die. Does it say in the article if he lived and if he's okay?
It does not. I feel like there should be something saying he's okay.
It looked like one of those scenarios you hear about where like, yeah, he just fell wrong and dude.
There's so many angles of this fall. Jesus Christ. The end of the article literally just says, hopefully that fan is all right. He's not okay, Andrew, author of this. He's not okay. Like this, I can tell you that. Jesus Christ, poor dude. But we don't know what led up to it.
We don't know. I mean, maybe he's a piece of shit. Maybe he's the one who instigated a fight and somebody's like defending their wives' honor, although the man and his wife were arrested. So the Calgary police disagree.
That's fucked up. Jesus Christ.
I also wanted to talk.
What's up?
Sometimes I make notes and I don't understand what they mean.
I used to do that in my phone all the time. I'd think of something I thought was funny and I was like really baked, and I'd look at it the next day and be like, I don't know. This probably meant something. It probably led to something funny, but I don't know what the hell it means now.
Oh, did you watch that Ogren story video I sent you?
I did. I sent you the response to it. Where he's like, "Mama, don't lie. She can't lie."
Man, that
Miss Lease let me talk to her.
So what we're talking about,
talk to her that way.
what we're referencing here is Mitty sent me this video like as soon as it came out, and it's called An Ogren Story. Ogren is spelled Ogryn. An Ogren is one of those things from Warhammer 40k lore. He's a slow-witted giant, essentially, and it's him from his point of view telling you a story, the story of his life. And it's very much like Forrest Gump telling a story because he's talking about doing amazing things and traveling the galaxy, but from his limited point of view. And it's very sweet and it is very sad. And I cried. I was sitting here. I swear to God, there's like tears rolling off my. Those are like little painted miniatures of them. Yeah, there's like tears rolling. But find the Ogren story like thumbnail. That'd be better. Like just search the Ogren story on YouTube and show the thumbnail. But like I was sitting here listening to that goddamn story and there were tears rolling off my nose. And I'm just like, so fucking sad, man. I had to go blow my nose, and, like come back and be like, oh, God, that's the saddest thing I've seen. And then I was like scrolling through Reddit today and I saw like it was a thing. Yeah, I know it's of his back. It's great. And I saw a thing and it was someone reacting to that. They were like, when I see that there's a video called the Ogren Story, and it's like a happy face, and then after I watch it, and it's just like sad, like want to die face. It really made me. It
is very sweet. It's a good world builder, like to kind of make you understand like kind of their mental capacity a little bit and how they as characters in this world think about things. So yeah, I thought it was genuinely like when you said like, oh, it made me sad, I cried. I'm like, okay, well, like Kyle like gets pretty emotional with media sometimes. Like this probably won't make me that sad. No, genuinely, I was unbelievably like sad watching it. Like, oh, I'm sad for a made up race of made up characters in a made up story right now. Like, but it was delivered so well. Like I can't do the voice, but like the voice really a fucking idiot.
That guy. The same guy does all the voices on that channel, and they're all very good. Like he's got a really good, like, I don't know, creepy narrator voice or whatever. Or if he wants to be a monster dragon telling you a story, he's good at that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I like the little mother thing where he's like, "Mama told me that someone being bullied, it's an ogre's job to stop them, and that's true because Mama can't lie." And it's like their like infantile understanding of like an authority figure of mamas can't lie. Like that has to be true.
Yeah.
Like, it was really good.
No, from the beginning, like the references like speak to me a lot because I like that lore. And he's like, she got in a fight with some Krieg boys. When I got there, she was down and they was all kicking her. Well, I went to work on them. Had to hit one of them with another. Oh, that scared them good. And it's like, and like after that, I didn't have to call her mom or sir. She said I could call her Miss Elise. Charlie didn't like that. He said, why is that dummy get to call you Miss Elise and I gotta call you mom? She said, when you carry me on your shoulders for a mile and start a war, you can call me Miss Elise too. It's just like, oh man, the whole time I'm just like cheering for this retarded giant. Fucking made up. I'm about to get emotional over his goddamn made up ass now. It's fucking sweet though. I liked it. I like those videos.
It's a very good video. It's like 8 minutes long, 9 minutes long. Yeah.
9:42 if memory serves. I like that Warhammer lore stuff, and it's all like that. It's all kind of sad and depressing, and people living like, I don't know, worthless lives and kind of dying for one another because I don't know. There's the Krieg thing that he's referencing. That's a planet that fought a civil war for 500 years. There were loyalists there, and then there were some people who wanted to stick with the emperor, keep worshiping him as a god, and then the other half was like, no way, we're not going to be part of this empire anymore. And the people that were the emperor nuked the whole planet and started a civil war. And they fought the civil war for 500 years until the ones who wanted to side with the emperor had prevailed, and they send a message back home to Earth. It's been 500 years. They've been written off like they don't exist anymore. And they're like, Krieg reporting for duty. How many divisions would you like? And they're like, what do you mean? How many do you have? And they're like, we have 20 divisions ready to fight for the emperor and die. We would like the most difficult, we would like the most difficult assignments in the universe. We wish to die for the emperor and bleed for the emperor to atone for the sins of our fathers and their fathers' fathers. Our sons will die for the emperor. Their grandsons will die for the emperor. We are the Krieg. And it's like, oh shit, for real? We thought y'all had like quit.
It's like, care. Negotiate from a position of power, guys. Like,
no, nobody cared. They were like, all right, well, I guess we'll send us like a couple, and we'll see what you can do. And they want to die. They want to die to atone for the sins of their ancestors against the emperor. And it's they're a super hardcore lot because they live on a planet that's all poisoned. So
and it's nuked.
And they just dress up. Basically, imagine World War I, like gas mask soldiers. That's what they are. They're those guys. They always wear the gas mask and the hat, and they notoriously fight. They're known to fight with shovels and stuff. And it's funny, whenever you see them like painted or illustrated, they're never running from the enemy. They're always attacking, no matter what the enemy is. Mm-hmm. And some of the enemies in Warhammer 40K, like a human being doesn't really compare, like an ant to this thing. Like there are things as big as a building. There's like animals and monsters like that. They're like demons even that aren't even physical. They're just energy beings that want your soul. But you look in but the Krieg guys are always like, like running in with a shovel against like a human being that's basically a bulldozer or something. Sometimes that stuff is always my favorite of the lore. The story about the Krieg or the story about the siege of Vrax or any of that shit. And most of the stuff that this guy does are shorts, like that like a 10-minute Ogren video though.
I like that kind of content from this world because there's so much to catch up on. Like having it kind of prepackaged in pill form is nice.
I heard it described well recently, and I hadn't thought of it this way, but it's that Warhammer 40K is a setting, not a story, and you should kind of think of it that way, and like find little individual tales within the setting, and because if you try to like learn it like you might learn Lord of the Rings or any other like narrative that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, you get lost and in the weeds, and it's silly.
Well, it's a cool world. I mentioned getting like a book about it, and I had a couple people reach out to me with like links and recommendations. So I might actually buy a Warhammer lore book and read through it.
Look, just don't get into the miniatures. Don't drag me into that world. Don't drag me into that world. I've talked too much shit about those miniature people to become one of them, man.
Let's do it. Let's become those guys.
Dude, no.
Think of how much fucking how laid we'll get.
Is there Warhammer pussy? There's no way there's Warhammer pussy.
It's probably no better than the fictitious acid pussy in the Warhammer universe or whatever.
I can't get into that. That's where I draw the line.
I'm not interested in the figurines either at all. The figurine kind of setup for a game, not that interesting to me. It's like that's a huge amount of effort for what I imagine like wouldn't give me any more satisfaction than I had in like physically playing Magic. Like I would enjoy that more.
Look, I bet that like if you and your friends were really into it and I was high enough that I wanted to play pretend, that maybe that shit could be fun. But the same way that I bet I've been swayed over the years, my opinions on Dungeons and Dragons, which were of course originally shaped by the like 90s religious crazy people.
It's demonic.
I thought it was demonic. Everybody did. I mean, what the fuck? I'm just like, shit, it's Dungeons and Dragons sounds like some devil worship to me.
Yeah.
but like now that I know what it is, it does sound kind of interesting. I'll admit though, when I see people dressing up and shit, like, god damn, let's get a video game character, guys. Like we don't have to debase ourselves to this level. We can just dress up a character in a video game, and then we can still pretend like we're at least a little cool. I mean,
I can see the dressing up thing. I've been to Renaissance fairs on multiple occasions, and the people all dressed up look like they're having a bunch of fun. I've never dressed up because I don't have any outfits to wear that would be on theme, but it does look fun. Renaissance fairs are a good time. You get turkey legs.
You should show up in a BDSM outfit. See if anyone fucks with you, right? Like a ball gag. Some leather short shorts.
Just get arrested. Like, there's so many children at a Ren fair, and I every time I've been to one, I always see some fucking cunt who's like dressed as a stormtrooper, and it's like, get it. You're dressed up ironically. Fuck you for your immersion ruining bullshit. You see that guy with his night outfit? He worked last night. You're bitching. You're fucking around here. Like if you're not gonna dress up, just wear muted clothes so that the people who are dressed up are the ones who pop. You're dressed as a stormtrooper at a Renaissance fair, you dick. I don't care.
Yeah, that's shitty. I've never seen or heard that. I've been to two.
Literally saw a stormtrooper last one I went to.
There was a really good one in Atlanta that I went to 7-8 years ago or something, and I loved it. There were so many people there. It was so big. There was like a brewery and like doing like whatever that fucking honey ale is that they drink,
like mead, like old
mead. Like we're drinking mead, and they had this. I think Game of Thrones was hot, and they had this like dragon theme where they had this big machine where you could pay a certain amount of money, and they would give you an egg, and then they like cranked a crank, and it went through a thing, and it cracked open. It was basically a whole rigmarole to play bingo. Yeah. Like the egg would crack open and you got the prize inside, and like there's like $10 eggs and $50 eggs and $100 eggs, and like I don't know. I toured that whole. They had the fire whip guy. The fire whip guy always shout him out. Like my girlfriend's friends.
That must be a staple. I remember fire whip guy.
My girlfriend's friends were all wet over the fire whip guy. They were probably my girlfriend too. Everybody was all about. I mean, he was because I know this guy had a shaved head. He was you can find him. You can find him on YouTube right now. If you search Fire Whip guy, you'll immediately find him. Shaved head, decent looking fella, and he can operate those fire whips. He's in really good shape, and he dresses period like I don't know. He dresses like a fucking musketeer or some shit half the time. And he can get the whips cracking, and he'll set them on fire, and he'll cut cans in half, and he puts on a funny show because it's not just a dummy out there going, and this is my third fire whip trick. Like he has like a whole comedy.
Yeah, he's like really cool. Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's working a crowd.
I know he is. I know.
And everybody, and look, everybody's dressed up. Like he's not. He doesn't stand out
Jesus,
like the one guy. Look at that guy. That guy's a fucking man.
That guy is pretty cool.
Look, anyway.
I like that. And you can see they were throwing knives also. Look at that. That's very medieval.
He does all sorts of things. Anyway, Fire Whip guy was pretty chill. It was a fun show to watch.
There was a guy at the one I went to who was dressed as a jester, and he would cram his entire body through the head of a tennis racket, obviously with no strings in it. But he would just start it on his head, and he was cramming his whole body through it, and it was at multiple times on the way through
strings
it.
In it.
Yeah, obviously no strings. But as I was watching it, there were multiple times where I'm like, is he gonna get stuck in a tennis racket? And of course he'd done that many times. Very impressive trick. I couldn't get my head.
How embarrassing would it be to get stuck like Michael Scott? Remember when he put himself in the straitjacket? He's got the key in his mouth. He's like, all right, I'm going to show you all a trick. And he actually coughs the key up, and Jim takes it. And now he's just for some reason he just continues to attempt to escape a straitjacket for real for a long time.
But it doesn't pan out.
That's always looked to me like the most frustrating. Like I would have a hard time not having a meltdown things, like being in a straitjacket and being hot and sweaty and a confined room where you're maybe you couldn't get enough breath to just being stuck like that and not being able to get your arms away from your body to
that'd be awful.
I feel like off on the sweat.
I feel like straight jackets are kind of reserved for people actively trying to hurt themselves or someone else. Right?
Yeah, you would hope so.
It'd be a pain in the ass to just throw everyone in one of those who was just I'm just here for my prison dentist appointment. That's all I want.
They have chairs like that in prison that are like a straight jacket chair. We were talking about that earlier, right? They have the straight jacket chairs for spitters and the like. I remember Scott was telling me that he was locked. My cousin Scott was locked up one time, and they were like, I think he asked him, what's that chair? And they're like, that's for spitters. It's holy shit, because it's got the hood, and they put the hood on you and everything.
Yeah, well, you got to stop them from spitting. What else are you gonna do? Make them uncomfortable to the point that they don't want to spit.
Dude, how do you get into that profession? I bet everybody who works in a jail or a prison and has to deal with inmates wants out. There's no way there's a guy where you're like, hey, dude, you've been how long you been here? 3.5 years. Would you like to get the fuck out right now and go work anything else that pays the same amount? Mm-hmm. You're goddamn right. Nights, weekends, fuck me, whatever. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's gotta suck so goddamn much. There were some cool prison guards when I was in there, and I say cool as in they were cool with me. He looked like a fucking loser, but I know that he was a failed cop because he told me.
I bet that's probably more common than you guess. Maybe
failed cops being in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've got I bet when you fail I don't know, the physical exam, god damn, you've got to be low bar for that. Whatever you fail, the psych exam, whatever. I bet they're who's got a low bar? And they're like, yeah, the sheriff's department. That's why I'm here. Yeah. No. I mean, it fell off and got dirty, kind of low.
Yeah.
Well, who? The prison. Head down the road. They'll hire you in a heartbeat.
How do you feel about being spit upon?
I've dealt with that my whole life.
Yeah. That is
good.
That would be being a prison guard would fucking suck.
What do they call it?
What an awful job.
I think they call it douching the guard when they make that concoction of shit and piss that they let ferment for a little while and get gross. They'll shit and piss inside a thing that they can squirt at them or dash on them. Yeah. Usually if they're in a weird thing, they got to squirt it on them. But in any case, they take urine and shit and mix it together and let it stew for days, stirring it, adding. No, it needs a little more piss. Let's nice and sloppy the way Daddy likes it. And
I can't imagine that makes you popular in your cell. like doing
like,
something like that, you've got to be like, well, I can't say anything or he'll fucking put shit in my mouth.
The guy I was watching, he was like, you know, they tell you, hey, we're gonna douche the warden tomorrow, and be like, fuck, all right, because I know I'm catching a beating too.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I'd rather get beat than have poo logs shoved in my mouth while I'm sleeping.
No, he means like no matter, he's like, whether I know that he's gonna do it or not, I'm gonna catch the beating. So he's basically letting me know, hey, you're getting your ass whipped tomorrow because of some shit I'm gonna do. And you just got to be like, he's like, they're coming in and they're gonna whoop both our asses.
Yeah, you got to slick me up with my own shit. Quicker!
Can you imagine? Let's be real here. Let's say you're this prison guard who's not getting paid well and everything, and one of these motherfuckers throws a bottle of shit piss in your eyes. You know you're gonna give him an ass whooping tonight. Yeah. You're gonna go get sterilized, and then you're putting your armor on. You're putting your armor and your mask on, and you're coming back with the hose, the pepper spray, and a stick. Because fuck that cocksucker for throwing shit in my
own
eyes.
Fucking thermos of shit.
I mean, he's catching an ass whooping after that. Like, and you have to, right? If you didn't whip his ass, then maybe tomorrow somebody does it again.
Mm-hmm. No, they'd have to. I mean, they really should. The prison guards really should douche him back, like fire with fire, like that. It would get real then, because if the guards were like throwing poop water in their cell, it'd be like, you don't have anything to clean off with. Okay, well you think about that for a while you.
Well, that's what homeboy told us, right? Like didn't he told us that they tied him down and pissed in his face.
I would hate that.
Yeah, it was either our guest who was in prison, or it was like or it was a prison video that I watched. I watch a lot of that shit, so it all gets melded together. But I definitely heard a guy who was talking about how he'd been like
Atwood
strapped down to maybe Atwood, how he'd been. No, not him. It was a bald guy. It was a big bald guy. But anyway, he was talking about like, hey, they strapped me down, pissed in my face. What are you gonna do?
The jewel thief?
What are you gonna do? Take it, I guess.
I think it's the jewel thief. It's the jewel thief. That's who it is. You got it. Yeah. That guy.
Yeah.
That guy's also the one who was like,
I wasn't even sure you heard me. I think I'm on a delay. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's a little delayed, definitely.
He was the one who makes that prison spaghetti still using the prison techniques. Like, he doesn't even use a goddamn pot and a stove. He's got that thing that you plug into an outlet, and it's two pieces of metal separated by a block of wood, and the wood gets wet and the current flows between, and it all gets hot as fuck and boils a thing of water. And he's boiling those goddamn noodles, and he's making a sauce by microwaving those little shitty store pepperonis until they're crispy, not until they're cooked, until they break into flakes when you rub them between your fingers. And he's flaking that stuff over the pepperoni, and it looks pretty good. He's flaking over the noodles, I should say, the pasta. Yeah. It's Larry Atwood or something.
Larry Lawton?
Maybe, I don't fucking know. Yeah, maybe Larry Lawton. That sounds right. I think so. Oh, he's the guy we had on the show, right?
Yeah.
He was the one who I had a hard time having a goddamn conversation.
He was the guy that you were trying to just pulling teeth to get him to answer your question.
I felt like I don't read comments or anything, but I was like, man, I hope people don't blame me for this guy being a dumbass. Because when I watch his long form videos, somebody has helped him get his thoughts together, and I thought he could carry on a conversation, but I was wrong, and I apologize to anybody who didn't enjoy listening to our conversation with him. I legitimately was sitting here. I was thinking like, people are gonna blame me for this. I bet. People are going to blame me for this dumbass talk. What is he talking about? This boomer doesn't know how to put a phone.
Dude, I'm looking at the comments on that PKA right now. The top one, well, obviously the top one is Larry saying, thank you guys so much for having me, having a great time. Nice of him. The next one is, I think his prison sentence was the last sentence that Larry finished. This entire 600 upvotes on that. This entire episode is like asking what a producer does. Larry has immunity to Woody's shush ability. He just Kyle, Kyle, quote, yes, Larry, but how do we rob the jewelry store, Myers?
See, I'm trying so hard. I felt like
I love it when Kyle gets frustrated.
Yeah, because I can feel when it's not good going to be good to listen to. I'm like, man, if I were listening to this motherfucker, I would be ready. I'd be like fast forwarding right now. And I hate that. I want to do a good job. I want it to be funny. And I want him to answer my fucking question. like you're a bank robber. So tell me how to rob a fucking bank, or jewelry store robber. That's what he'd say. He'd be like, actually, yeah, I rob jewelry stores. You don't even know what you're talking about. And it's like, dude, you still haven't told me how to rob that fucking store. I could make it up better than you can tell it, dude. Yeah. I can make it up better than you can tell it. I could make up how I used to make believe rob jewelry stores, and it'd be so much better than your. God, I think he might have a neurological thing going on, or he's just a shit storyteller. Either way, I apologize for him. Because when you watch his videos, he's got it together. It's almost like there's somebody with cue cards behind him. No, on track. I bet there's like a fucking railroad track drawn on the fucking pasteboard, so he knows to stay on track, and he's got little cars for his topics.
I mean, as it went on, it went from frustrating to like I was like enjoying watching you get like frustrated with him. So I think a lot of the audience saw that too, where it's like, I like near like the hour 3, I was actively like, I hope like he just continues to not tell this story. Like, well.
I was getting like.
Just
but
keep
it's
it
like,
rolling.
And he doesn't have any. He's like Jesse Ventura in a way. It reminded me of that interview he did, where like he thinks he's a tough guy, and that he's got our like tough guy. That he has enough tough guy credential that he's a tough guy here, but he doesn't. He doesn't like. And I'm not saying that I'm tougher than this guy. This guy did a bunch of time in prison. He was a tough guy one time, maybe, but he's not now. I'm not afraid of you. I don't. Dude, get your shit together. Like you don't have enough carte blanche here to like just run on endlessly and not make your goddamn point. and I think he like threatened one of us at one point, and it was like, any one of us will whoop your old ass, dude. Like what are you talking about?
I think I remember. Yeah, he called me fat, and then I said he was fatter than I was, and that
he is.
You know, you better come at me quick because you're old as shit.
Time's running out.
Yeah, time's running. The last few minutes of that show was fun.
Our bout's got an expiration date. Yeah. So you might want to hurry it up. No, nobody. Yeah, that didn't like that. He was trying to be like tough guy Larry or something like that. Like, no, dude. Like we all get the same amount of microphone time here.
No need to put on airs. Just tell the fun, tell the good story.
And look, I still don't know how to rob a fucking jewelry store to this day.
No, I couldn't rob it at all. I'd get halfway through and then start thinking about something else.
Because here's what I want to know. Because I still don't, and I know we asked him this, and if he did answer it, he didn't answer it well enough for us to know to this day. Because the main thing has always been, if you got jewels, what do you do with them? How do you fence them? Because I don't know. Like if I
still don't know.
If I stole a television, I'd go to a pawn shop and get ripped off because I don't have a TV place to take it to. Sure, if I knew a guy who had an electronics store, oh man, now I could probably get 2/3 value or something like that. I'm gonna get 1/10 or something at a pawn shop. The same thing's true of these jewels. First of all, they're a huge red flag, right? Because the guy at the pawn shop can't move diamonds either. So when you ask somebody like Larry who's moved diamonds, yeah, man, how do you move diamonds? Well, let me tell you about my beard. It used to be a lot thicker. Back in the day, I had a nice, thick Dago beard. What the fuck are you talking about? Do y'all have a smartphone?
You all have a smartphone? Am I the only one smelling toast? Is anyone on the call tasting?
He's having a stroke. He's smelling toast. He's burnt toast.
Oh, okay.
It's burnt toast. Or I think you smell grass clippings sometimes, maybe too. It's a few things like that. It's a few things when your brain's dying.
When your brain is actively dying.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Larry was like amazed when Zach put that picture of the Brinks truck up. Remember where we talked about like a Brinks truck, and then Zach brought the photo up, and he was like, "Oh, whoa, what's going on here?" that was so funny.
He thought you had hacked his computer and put a Brinks truck on it. Whoa, you're in my server putting a Brinks truck up. Is that a real Brinks truck of money? Is that theft?
Yeah. Next time we have him on, we'll be more aggressive.
I'm sure
and we'll
he'll
have
come
more
back.
fights.
You know who I want on?
Will he not come back because he not have that long to live, or because we talk shit on him?
If we have him back, I
he'll
want
come
I want to
back,
have a
maybe.
real jewel thief on to like answer the questions. I want him to like fail in answering questions, and then like someone who can be like, that's really interesting, Larry. Well, what I did was I went to my Iranian friend. Okay, I knew that he had some cousins overseas, and look, I don't know where that money went, but the men wanted diamonds. Okay, that's all I knew. And hey, maybe we financed terror, maybe we didn't. We got rich doing it. I'll tell you that. Like I want that. I want
that
that
would
guy.
be enough of an answer. I'd be like, Iran. Okay, I've heard seedy things.
Just make something up if you don't have an answer.
Yeah, always. That's what this podcast
I want
is
to.
built on.
I was gonna say. I was just scrolling through Reddit, and there's Finster. There's
Always.
Finster.
We got to
She's
get
always-
Finn back on.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. She's always
He.
She's always no. I refuse.
Wait, I'm wrong.
Oh,
No, you're right. Of course.
it goes the other way. I refuse to use it because you're too hot.
I refuse to use his correct gender. I'm. It's not dead naming him. I'm. Whatever this is. This is the opposite of dead naming. I'm forcing a gender upon her. Anyway, Finn.
The only thing you want to force on her.
Oh Jesus, Finn was on Reddit for something, and it was one of those like the guy she warns you about memes, and it's him, and I'm like 3,500 upvotes, and it's not the first time I see it. I see him on there all the time, used as like often bait, right? To like mess with somebody, or to do the whole comparison of like the hottest guy versus the ugliest woman, right? Like maybe comparing him to Lizzo or something, and doing like a pros cons. Like those are funny. But yeah, we should get Finn on. But I want Finn to dress up as Mrs. Claus. I wanted that's a good look for
Fat
you.
suit.
No, Mrs. Claus. No, like sexy
Mrs. Claus is hot.
She's traditionally heavy, isn't she?
Not the way I imagine
Actually,
Finn.
No, I pictured her very matronly.
I think you might.
All
be
right, well, Zach, show me a sexy Mrs. Claus. You know what we need? What's that AI thing that you can ask to make something for you, and it'll like just
a replicator.
oh, not a
There's a- there's a-
I'm talking about the
There's a name of
real
it.
life program that you can be like oil
Siri,
painting.
Cortana.
Dolly. Zach says Dolly.
Maybe
Is that
put
right?
into Dolly like Finster, sexy Mrs. Claus, and see what that creates. It's the AI
Well, let's
program
take a
that
peek.
creates art. That's what I'm talking about, or images at the very least. Like you could
been
plug in
reading
something
about
like that, and it would. I've seen some of the stuff it comes up with. I thought maybe one of them's paid, and like maybe the free one isn't so good because I found a free one and it was just so the way it worked. But I've seen examples on Reddit that look like I don't know. They look like real digital art with a very specific theme in mind. They're perfect. They're amazing.
I don't know
I think
where
it's
to like
$8 though. Like it's not
80?
unaffordable. No.
Yeah.
8.
Oh,
Oh, it's
All
not
right.
free.
well, I got
thought it was
$8.
free. Okay,
Well,
one for Discord.
This is like that Office episode where they're the New York Times article is letting them know whether their branch is going to be closed or not, but you have to pay $2 to read the rest of the article. And Michael's like, "Damn." Jim's like, Jesus, like getting his wallet out, like people are crazy.
People are crazy. Damn. Just not going forward because of
Like, we're not
going
gonna know if we have jobs over $2.
You don't seem to be lagging anymore, Woody. By the way, you seem. Seems like it seems like it caught up.
I have a pro tip out there for people in that situation that Kyle just mentioned. Have you heard of Printer Friendly? Do you guys use this?
No.
Let me look at the website and get it perfect right. It's actually print friendly as opposed to printer friendly. And it gets past almost every paywall I've ever seen. Every pop-up, every time it says, hey, you're running ad block. Do you want to turn this off so you can read it? I'm like, give me the fucking print friendly version.
still
There's an
using Chrome?
icon. Yeah. And anyway, it bypasses all that stuff and makes the internet better. Print friendly. Check it out.
Interesting. I always used Archive Today to just like if I want to read an article on the Athletic about the Blues or whatever, I don't have an Athletic subscription, so I just copy the URL and then go to Archive Today, and it's like, do you want to archive this page? And then you archive it and you can read it. Is that frowned upon?
This is a very similar thing.
Yeah. Okay.
I used to do that, copy the URL over, but then I installed the Chrome plugin, which is easier. Just a button I press.
I love staying ahead of these fucking bastards with their trying to hide
They're trying to
news.
earn a living.
Yeah.
Listen, people, don't you watch ads or pay for content?
Doesn't
No,
I think
unless it's ours.
Chrome is getting like neutered the first to
Right.
next year though, right? So like I think a lot of people
read
are,
about that.
yeah, I think a lot of people are going Firefox or something. I can't remember which one. I saw a graph on either PC Master Race or one of those, and they were giving you the pros and cons, and I believe Firefox was way ahead of everything else as far as like ads and other nonsense that you want to avoid.
Yep, I might switch soon.
Yeah,
The problem
I
is,
just
Chrome is an advertising company, or I should say Alphabet is an advertising company. They're not going to give you that internet experience.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Firefox
Yeah, it makes
used to be
sense.
the best, and then Chrome was the best, but it's coming back up Firefox.
Chrome
I
just
guess.
always feels convenient, and it just feels like home. I like the Chrome logo. You know what I'm gonna do?
Isn't it slow?
I'm gonna fucking go in the back, and I'm gonna make Firefox's logo the Chrome fucking logo. I'm just gonna change. It's super easy to just do that. I'm
I
gonna.
didn't
Yeah.
know.
Probably Firefox does this now, but I use a couple different computers all the time. And Chrome does a real nice job of letting you go from one computer to the next, and all your bookmarks are there. It's like having one computer everywhere.
What's the
Yeah,
complaint about Chrome? Like, doesn't it like take a lot more effort on your computer's behalf than like
I
some
think
of
it's
the other
RAM
browsers?
intensive, but I think that the reason everyone's jumping ship is because of the ad block stuff. They're no longer going to do it as well. I didn't read enough into it. I get the headline that like, hey, Chrome's not going to be as good anymore. Switch to Firefox, and that's enough for me. But I think it had to do with ad block and not blocking as many or not being as effective with their vengeance.
Yeah. Well, they're going to lose a lot of users because
Yeah.
I
but they're going to
you need
make
ad
more
block.
money probably in the end, right?
Sure, I bet they do if they can sell more
Ads.
impressions. Yeah.
I watched that Graham Hancock guy, the guy I like from Joe Rogan, the one who theorizes about the last ice age.
Is he the Gugepli techie or something?
Yeah, he is. He's got. They gave him a Netflix
Look
show.
at that, and I haven't listened to any of those.
Dude, the Joe Rogan power is strong. Like it got that guy a Netflix show. He's got a big deal Netflix series. It's like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 episodes. There's a lot of archaeologists already just shitting on it and be like, this is blasphemy. And then it's so funny because right off the bat in his show, in his show on Netflix, he's like talking about how archaeology tries to shut him down left and right, talking about how like they don't want, like, mainstream archaeology hates us at every step. They tried to befoul us or whatever nonsense he says. And he's intersplicing these clips of the Joe Rogan experience and him talking to Joe Rogan, like in the episode of this show. But it's pretty good. I only watched the first episode. They went to, I don't know, some dirty brown people jungle. And there was this like step pyramid thing made out of these sort of hexagonal rocks that are volcanic in nature, but they must have hauled them 500 miles or something. Seemed like a bunch of horse shit to me, but I was thinking that maybe the future episodes might have some more likely ancient.
That seems
civilizations.
fun. And you know what? Like in the field of archaeology, like if some guy was like, yeah, I'm a mathematician and everybody's doing it wrong, I'd be like, obviously you're a goof because all these other people have their maths. In a field like archaeology, I'm willing to believe this. Like this guy's at least right on a thing or two. Like they're archaeologists. Get real. There's so much shit you haven't found. You don't know the right timing. There was a story that came out a couple weeks ago where like a formerly like debunked Roman emperor who was a total myth. They found coins with his face on it, and they were like, "Okay, he was real." Like, okay, this guy was a real Roman emperor. We just found coins with his face on it. Like it previously thought to be a myth. Now, like to think we know like anything, like everything, I guess I would say, like that's crazy. Of course there's stuff we don't know. There's probably
I really like the idea of those civilizations that predate like
that is cool.
You know, the Ice Age. They go back to like I like the idea of, I don't know, people living in giant pyramids with infrastructure and technology with like mammoths pulling their sleds and like worrying about saber-toothed tigers and shit. I like that world. That's a cool world. I've mentioned it before, but there's that awful movie 10,000 BC, and that's the whole premise. It's like Apocalypto, but shifted
bad
to 10,000 BC. Yeah, if you want to watch a great movie though, that Mel Gibson's Apocalypto is always just the tip of my tongue when I'm recommending things to people.
It's a good movie. I haven't seen Apocalypto. Like, I think I saw it in theaters, and then that was the most recent time I've seen it. Maybe I remember liking it, thinking it was really cool.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really violent. Mel Gibson's,
like it's about like the Mayans, the Incas.
I get the Mayans and the Aztecs mixed up, but yeah, it's about those South American brown people and how like the narrative is that these guys are in like a small tribe and they're getting kidnapped and their village is getting ransacked by the people who live in like the big city where they sacrifice people to the gods and have those giant pyramids and everything. And so they have to go out into the jungle to the little tribes and grab people for those sacrifices. And you see, not through language, because there's no English. It's all in some ancient dialect, but I don't think there's subtitles, but you kind of just visually learn through the visual storytelling, because Mel Gibson's an amazing director, that this is a failing culture. There is famine, there's disease. And the reason that they're out here hauling all of these people up to be sacrificed is to try to stop it. They're trying to stop the rot that's consuming them from the within. And then you see it at the end that I'll call him the wizard, but the head priest, the astronomer, probably a / astrologer, has been able to predict that there's going to be an eclipse, and he's like giving the king the nod so that he can like pretend like he's the one making the sun disappear. And you can just imagine the power that would create for your leader if you showed up because the boss said he was going to block the sun from the sky today, and you're like, bullshit, we'll show up, do it. And he went, oh, and the sun disappeared.
Oh yeah.
You got
to do what that guy says.
You got to do what that guy says. Like if you could, like Jesus, what could he do to me?
Yeah.
Don't say anything about Jesus. He hates that.
He hates that. He does not care for it one bit. Yeah. The Aztecs, like obviously it's like up in the air, but like the amount of people they purportedly sacrificed is like insane. Like thousands of people a year are some of like the lower estimates. Like
really,
they set human sacrifice. They were like, it was just another Wednesday.
Gangbusters.
Like they killed
another Wednesday.
They just sacrificed so many people in their, I guess, to their gods or whatever. I don't know anything about like the Aztec religion. Like their
maybe that's why things went so well for them, Taylor.
Yeah.
Well, what Graham Hancock always...
But you may not know this, Woody. It didn't work out. Like, you may not know this. I think Spain pushed their shit in. Like I think Spain showed up and was like, "Oh, like you guys are in Dark Age? Oh my God, that like we've had gunpowder for like a real long time." Like
Aztecs are like, "Man, we should have killed all the inventors."
Yeah, we shouldn't have killed that guy who came up with that really mysterious shining bulb. Like, he could have helped. Like that was like a poor guy in history. The Aztec Ben Franklin. It's like, guys, great news. Then it just cuts to his head bouncing down stone steps.
What's interesting, like the Romans had little steam powered toys, but they had no concept to industrialize steam power. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's been a lot of discussion. There's a whole YouTube channels that go on about it for hours about could the Romans have been on the verge of an industrial revolution 1,000 years before the real one?
That's totally realistic. Yeah.
Well, they break down a lot of reasons why the empire wouldn't have been able to support such a thing. Something about raw materials.
No, but like if they had stayed, if they hadn't been like invaded by Germanic tribes and all of that.
Well, I mean, eventually, yeah, but they, they already. Like what was to stop them from doing it then and there was the sort of the question. If they already understand steam power and the power of steam because they have these toys and basically like you put water under it and this little thing like walks around and spins and shit. And it's like if you can do that, you make a steam drill to mine with and like any number of like locomotive type inventions.
Yeah,
thousands of years or 8,000 years before.
We did messing up my empires, but didn't the Romans like go into Europe and maybe have the resources they'd need?
It was less about like access to resources and more about the way their economy was set up, I think, and the way that an entrepreneur would not be rewarded for coming up with a new thing that didn't fit the mold of the empire. It's like, oh, you got a new way of look, everyone does it this way. They'd have been slow to change, or it would have been a difficult change. I can't remember exactly how he made sense of it, but it took him an hour and a half, and he called himself an historian, so I believed him.
I would trust him. Hour and a half? That's a lot of time. That's what
was a lot of time. A lot of ad
Sounds
revenue.
like a motherfucker who can't explain how to rob a jewelry store.
Yeah. We're like, Larry, tell us about the jewelry store. He's like, let me tell you something about the Incas. The human sacrifice that was going on there makes my crimes look mild. It's like, what are you talking about?
He's so succinct, to the point, and full of rich detail, though, when he talks about like ancient Mesopotamia and their farming and agricultural techniques.
He's just
the silt boys, the silt from the Nile River Delta. You've got to understand. You've got 20 million square hectares being condensed there. When it all dries up, it's the richest farmland on this planet.
The Fertile Crescent, they call
the Fertile Crescent.
Yeah. Between the Tigris and the Euphrates, the birthplace of civilization.
Taylor, I crossed the Mississippi River today. That shit is like dried up. There's a huge beach. It's like 30 feet lower than it's supposed to be.
Yeah. We've had like a couple days of like sprinkly, gloomy shit, but we have not had big rain in a while, which is unusual around here. Usually we get more.
Do you need rain, or does it rain in like Minnesota or something, and that's where it comes from?
Don't the mountains like melt and feed it? Like, I don't think rain is the problem.
Well, the Mississippi isn't coming from mountains, I don't think. Like, at least in the U.S. From? It's actually a mystery.
Doesn't it comes like is there a water?
I don't know if I should believe.
No, it's actually unknown.
Yeah, the hole in the sky right below Canada.
They kept trying to follow it back to the source, but they get distracted.
They get lost. All right, well, let me guess where the Mississippi comes from, and I'm going to say it's the Great Lakes.
I bet that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I would guess. So we got to figure out, where did the Great Lakes go?
Maybe we can solve this.
When's the last time either of you saw one of the Great Lakes?
I've never confirmed it. Actually, that's not true. I've been to Detroit.
Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's the coldest. That's one of the coldest things I've ever felt, was like the wind blowing up that fucking lake in Chicago.
Lake Itasca.
I think I was right. Like. It does seem to originate in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yeah, so maybe once they get more snow and it melts.
Is it like a dwarf woman? Does it just spring out of the ground, or like where's it appear? In the ground?
No, it really though. Like, I followed it up on Google Maps to Minneapolis, and it goes to the St. Croix Falls and kind of just starts there, I guess.
Well, don't just use a map. Ask somebody. On the
it says that Lake. No, you're right, Kyle. You're both right. It's from a glacial lake in Minnesota called Lake Itasca.
Oh. And we need to pump some water in Lake Itasca. You know what? I bet it is anywhere.
It's
near
fine.
Flint,
it's such
Michigan?
an ugly river. Mississippi's fine.
Just pump some water into there.
We need to get this moving.
If you're low on water, just pump water from the place.
Yeah, just push.
I never heard those people in Flint, Michigan say that they don't have water. All I hear them say is they don't like the water they have. So I say, if you don't like it,
ingrates.
I hear there's some people in Lake Wannaconka who could use a little water, and maybe we'll take some of that Flint, Michigan water. And look, the way nature works,
who else? It'll really like clean water.
It'll filter that dirty water out. It'll clean that water. By the time it gets to Mississippi, it'll be clean. All that Flint filth will have washed out of it.
Probably sooner than that.
It could be true. I mean, the Mississippi River is disgusting.
Lake Titicaca? That's not a real place.
If it melts from glaciers, we could just put more glaciers there.
Yeah, but I think that's a big to do.
Easy enough.
Ice machine, dude. Have you seen?
We could steal a glacier from Canada. They couldn't stop us.
Oh, can you just? Why don't they hook up to icebergs ever and like haul them in like rich guy style and have a good time with them? I would. If I was like a billionaire, I'd do shitty stuff like that. Like oh, you think my private jet's bad for the environment? I'm gonna hook up to the biggest iceberg I can fucking find. Fly it drag it across the planet to Tahiti. And we're going to chip the fucking thing off in our drinks while we like, sit on the beach.
You know what I would do if I was like a big old billionaire? I'd be like, all right, I'm prepared to put billions towards environmental safety, cleaning lakes, getting plastic and shit out of the oceans. But we're going to mete out my money, and it's going to depend on cumulative US BMI levels. If I'm doing my part to help eliminate this consumption problem, we all have to reduce consumption. So as soon as average BMI gets down to 30, boom, we're saving penguins. Also, I'm playing hardball. Every day it doesn't get below 30, I'm fucking killing some penguins. Also, let people know that you're playing for real. Yeah. Well, I mean, I picked a likable animal. Like, no one would be upset if it's like, I'm going to, you'd have to take their babies else, but you can control them with an iron fist.
I like that.
Yeah,
they get real upset when I've seen like
people would get upset, but think of how many I'd be the biggest lifesaver on earth.
No,
and I would be the only one exempt from the BMI thing.
Meanwhile, you get bigger.
I don't think any of us
bigger and bigger.
I don't think that calculator works for any of us. I've seen where like a shitty penguin will like fuck up and like break their egg or kill their baby or something, and they'll run and kidnap somebody else's baby. But then they'll fucking get bored of it and they'll abandon it. And the original parent can't find him now because it's not like they left them at the 7-Eleven.
They all
They're
look
penguins.
the same.
Yeah, they all look fucking same. Dude, that joke the other day, I keep going back to it, but what's his name's wife asking the Asian comedian why you don't see many Koreans with Down syndrome is one of the funniest things. Every time I think of it, it tickles me because him like immediately like getting the joke and realizing that there's no coming back from this. I just got to take this L. Like, oh, it's real funny. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, but you can't tell. You can't tell, and it's true. Sometimes you can't. And then it's just like, yeah, it's true. Sometimes you can't tell.
You're just loving poor Bobby Lee's suffering.
I try not to watch it, but YouTube tells me that I want to, so I do it.
It's not wrong. It's never wrong.
Well, you guys want to call it a show?
Yeah. I think it's time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat.
All right. Check out our sponsors. Links in the descriptions. PKA